Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. November 12, 2024. The woods of northern Michigan had always been my sanctuary. At 36, I'd spent nearly 2 decades tracking deer through these forests, learning their patterns, respecting their territory. This particular hunting trip wasn't meant to be different from the dozens before it. I'd arrived at my cabin 3 days earlier, settling into the familiar routine of early mornings and patient waiting. That morning, I woke before my alarm, the darkness outside my window complete. The temperature had dropped overnight, and my breath formed small clouds as I prepared my gear in the pre-dawn chill. Weather reports predicted clear skies, perfect visibility, but a sharp drop in temperature by evening. I layered methodically: thermal underwear, wool socks, camouflage pants, and a heavy jacket. My hunting rifle, a Remington 30-06 passed down from my grandfather, felt reassuring in my gloved hands. The drive to my preferred hunting spot took 40 minutes along dirt roads that grew increasingly narrow. I parked at the trailhead, checked my supplies one final time, and began the trek to my stand. The forest welcomed me with its morning symphony, twigs snapping beneath my boots, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, distant birds announcing the coming day. This early, the woods felt clean, untouched, like I was the first human to ever walk these paths. My stand was positioned on the edge of a clearing, with a good line of sight in 3 directions. I'd built it myself 5 seasons ago, sturdy enough to withstand Michigan winters and comfortable enough for the long wait hunting demanded. Climbing up, I settled in for what I knew could be hours of stillness. The sun rose slowly, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I remained motionless, controlling my breathing, becoming part of the landscape. My thoughts drifted as they always did during these waits: work problems, family matters, the mortgage payment due next week. The meditation of the hunt always cleared my mind, reset my perspective. By midday, I'd spotted 3 does, but none offered a clean shot. I munched quietly on the sandwich I'd packed, sipped water sparingly, and continued my vigil. The temperature held steady, but I noticed dark clouds gathering on the western horizon, contradicting the forecast. Weather in northern Michigan was notoriously unpredictable, especially in November. I briefly considered packing up early, but dismissed the thought. I'd come for a reason. As afternoon wore on, the forest grew quieter. The birds that had chattered all morning fell silent. Even the wind seemed to pause. Experienced hunters recognize these moments, the lull before activity. I raised my binoculars, scanning the tree line methodically when a movement caught my eye. A buck, moving cautiously into the clearing, pausing to test the air. I froze, barely allowing myself to breathe. Even from this distance, I could count the points on his antlers. A 5-pointer, mature but not ancient. His coat was healthy, muscles defined beneath brown fur. He took another cautious step forward, and I slowly, deliberately, raised my rifle. The crosshairs settled on the buck's vital area, just behind the shoulder. My finger rested lightly on the trigger, not yet applying pressure. Time stretched as I observed him through the scope, his ears twitching at sounds I couldn't hear, nostrils flaring to catch any scent of danger. I'd been taught to respect what I hunted. My father's words echoed in my mind. When you take a life, you accept responsibility for that decision. The buck lowered his head to graze, offering the perfect shot. I exhaled slowly, squeezing the trigger with practiced precision. The report of the rifle shattered the silence. The buck jerked, took 2 stumbling steps, and collapsed. A clean shot, the kind hunters pray for, minimizing suffering. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by the solemn acknowledgement of what I'd done. I waited 15 minutes, making sure the animal was truly down before descending from my stand. The clearing felt different as I approached the fallen deer. Shadows had lengthened considerably, and I realized with a start how quickly daylight was fading. The clouds I'd noticed earlier had advanced, blocking the western sky entirely. My watch read 4:15 p.m., giving me maybe an hour of good light. Under normal circumstances, that would be plenty of time to field dress the deer and begin the trek back. Kneeling beside the buck, I removed my hunting knife from its sheath. The animal's eyes were already glazing over, the warmth of life rapidly departing. I whispered a quiet "thank you" before making the first incision, another tradition passed down from my father. The field dressing was methodical work, requiring focus and respect. I removed the internal organs carefully, preserving what was useful, leaving the rest for the forest's scavengers. By the time I finished, darkness was approaching faster than I'd anticipated. The clouds had swallowed what remained of daylight, and the temperature had dropped noticeably. I wiped my knife clean, returned it to its sheath, and considered my options. The deer was substantial, probably 180 pounds, and I was 5 miles from my truck. I'd brought my game cart specifically for this purpose, but it was secured about 2 miles away, at the junction where several trails met. I secured my rifle across my back and began dragging the deer through the underbrush toward the cart. This was the grunt work of hunting, the part glamorized hunting shows never depicted. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold, muscles in my back and shoulders protesting the strain. The forest around me had transformed with the approaching night, familiar landmarks taking on unfamiliar shapes in the diminishing light. I paused to catch my breath, suddenly aware of the profound silence. No birds called. No squirrels rustled through branches overhead. Even the wind had stilled, leaving the forest in an unnatural hush that made the hair on my neck stand up. I told myself this was normal. Animals sense death and grow quiet. But something felt off about the quality of the silence, like the forest wasn't just quiet, but actively listening. Shaking off the sensation, I continued dragging the deer. My headlamp created a tunnel of light that seemed to make the surrounding darkness even more impenetrable. Every few minutes, I stopped to adjust my grip and check my bearings. The path back to the cart wasn't marked, but I'd traveled it enough times to navigate by memory and the occasional familiar tree or rock formation. When I finally reached the junction where I'd left the cart, exhaustion had set in. My shoulders ached, and my gloves were slick with a mixture of blood and sweat. The cart stood where I'd left it, a simple two-wheeled contraption designed to make transporting game easier. I allowed myself a moment of relief. The hardest part was over, or so I thought. I hoisted the deer onto the cart, securing it with bungee cords and rope. The weight distributed evenly. I gripped the handles and began pushing forward. For about 50 yards, everything went smoothly. The wheels turned easily over the relatively flat terrain, and I picked up pace, eager to reach my truck before complete darkness enveloped the forest. The sharp crack came without warning. At first I thought I'd run over a branch, but the sudden tilt of the cart told me something more serious had happened. I stopped, shining my headlamp down to inspect the damage. The left wheel had fractured along its rim, the spokes splaying outward like broken fingers. As I watched helpless, the wheel gave one final groan and detached completely, leaving the cart listing dramatically to one side. "Damn it," I muttered, my voice unnaturally loud in the silent forest. I crouched to examine the brake more closely. The aluminum wheel had sheared clean through where it connected to the axle, a catastrophic failure with no quick fix. My mind raced through potential solutions. Could I fashion a replacement from branches, drag the cart on its remaining wheel? Neither option seemed viable. The reality of my situation began to sink in. I was 3 miles from my truck, with night falling rapidly, and a 180-pound deer that now had to be transported without mechanical assistance. My phone showed no service bars, not surprising in this remote area. No one knew exactly where I was hunting, only that I'd be somewhere in this general forest. No one would miss me until tomorrow at the earliest. I stood stretching my back as I considered my options. I could abandon the deer, an unthinkable waste that went against everything I believed about hunting ethics. I could try making camp and waiting until morning, but I hadn't brought sufficient overnight gear, and the temperature was dropping fast. The only reasonable choice was to continue toward the truck, carrying the deer if necessary. With grim determination, I unstrapped the deer from the useless cart. Using the rope I'd brought, I fashioned a crude harness that would allow me to drape the animal across my shoulders, distributing the weight as evenly as possible. The technique, often called the fireman's carry, was something I'd learned years ago but rarely had to employ. With a grunt of effort, I lifted the deer, adjusting it until the weight settled as comfortably as possible across my upper back. The first 100 yards were manageable, adrenaline masking the strain, but soon my muscles began to protest and my pace slowed. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold, and my breath came in increasingly labored puffs. I focused on the path ahead, forcing myself to take one step after another, knowing that stopping might mean not starting again. That's when I heard it. A single distant howl that cut through the silence like a knife. I froze, listening intently. Coyotes were common in these woods, typically hunting in small packs, especially in winter when food was scarce. A moment later, another howl answered the first, then another, until a chorus of yips and calls echoed through the trees. My grip tightened instinctively on the deer. The blood and viscera I'd left behind at the field dressing site would attract predators. That was part of the natural cycle. But the sounds seemed closer than they should be. Coyotes rarely posed a threat to humans, but I was alone, burdened, and increasingly vulnerable as darkness descended. I resumed walking, faster now despite the weight. The blood from the deer had soaked into my jacket, and I knew the scent was broadcasting my presence to anything with a keen nose. The howls continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, as if the pack was moving in patterns around me. Were they tracking me specifically, or was this regular hunting behavior? The rational part of my brain insisted it was the latter, but primal fear suggested otherwise. The forest had become an alien landscape. My headlamp created distorted shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees casting them. Every fallen log resembled a crouching predator. Every rustle in the undergrowth signaled approach. The weight of the deer grew heavier with each step, but the thought of putting it down, even temporarily, filled me with dread. Instinct told me that stopping now would make me vulnerable. The coyotes' calls had organized, becoming more purposeful. Where before they had sounded scattered and random, now they moved in what seemed like a coordinated pattern. I'd hunted and tracked enough to recognize the sounds of animals on a hunt. They were communicating, positioning themselves, working as a unit. Sweat trickled down my face despite the biting cold. My breath formed clouds in the beam of my headlamp. The path ahead led through a section of forest I knew well in daylight, a relatively open area with sparse underbrush followed by a gradual descent toward a swampy lowland. Under normal circumstances, I would have skirted the swamp entirely, taking a longer but drier route. Tonight, that wasn't an option. The direct path through the wetland was my best chance of reaching the truck before complete exhaustion set in. The howls suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise, filling the darkness with anticipation. I strained to hear anything, a twig snap, a rustle of leaves, that might indicate where the pack had gone. Nothing. Just the sound of my own labored breathing and the occasional creak of branches overhead. I continued forward, each step deliberate, trying to minimize noise. The trees began to thin, and I found myself on the edge of the clearing I'd expected. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, providing just enough illumination to make out the silhouettes of trees on the far side. Crossing open ground felt dangerously exposed, but I had no choice. Halfway across the clearing, movement caught my eye. A swift, low shape darting between trees at the perimeter. I stopped, squinting into the darkness. Another shape moved, then another. My headlamp beam swung wildly as I tried to track them, revealing nothing but empty spaces where I was certain I'd seen movement. I quickened my pace, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the crushing weight across my shoulders. The opposite tree line seemed impossibly distant. Each time my foot struck the ground, pain shot through my overworked muscles. I was pushing too hard, too fast, but fear drove me forward. A sound behind me, the unmistakable patter of paws on dry leaves. I didn't turn, couldn't turn, my body locked in the singular focus of forward motion. More sounds joined the first, a symphony of rustling and soft footfalls that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. They were flanking me, using the same hunting techniques they would employ against any prey. I reached the far side of the clearing, plunging back into the relative cover of trees. No relief came with this milestone. The sounds of pursuit only intensified. My hand moved to the hunting knife at my belt, though I knew how pitiful a defense it would be against multiple attackers. My rifle, strapped across my chest under the deer, was essentially useless without time to unsling it and aim. The forest floor began to slope downward, signaling the approach to the swampy area. The ground underfoot grew softer, my boots sinking slightly with each step. Soon I would be in the true wetland, where movement would become even more difficult. Part of me wondered if I should change course, try for higher ground where I might have better footing, but that would mean deviating from the most direct route to safety, adding precious time to my journey. A yip sounded, much closer than before, followed by a chorus of responses. They were communicating again, coordinating. I realized with chilling clarity that they weren't just following me, they were actively hunting me. The weight of the deer, the blood soaking my clothes, my obvious vulnerability, all had transformed me from human, something they would typically avoid, into prey. The first step into the swamp proper sent cold water over the top of my boot. I grimaced but pushed forward, each footfall now accompanied by a sucking sound as the mud attempted to claim my feet. The deer across my shoulders felt like it had doubled in weight, the strain threatening to buckle my knees. My breath came in ragged gasps, visible in the cold night air. The swamp stretched before me, a patchwork of shallow pools, tussocks of grass, and the occasional stunted tree. In daylight, I could have picked out the firmest path through this maze. In darkness, with only my headlamp illuminating a few feet ahead, I was forced to test each step, sometimes sinking ankle-deep, sometimes finding relatively solid ground. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit grew more brazen. A splash, then another. The pack had followed me into the wetland without hesitation. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. My headlamp caught the reflection of eyes, several pairs, gleaming with predatory focus. They were spread out in a loose semicircle, some wading through water, others picking their way along higher ground. I turned forward again, fighting panic. The rational part of my brain still insisted that coyotes rarely attacked humans, that they were naturally cautious creatures. But nothing about this felt natural. Their behavior was too coordinated, too persistent. And I was not simply a human now. I was a walking blood scent, burdened and slow, broadcasting vulnerability with every labored step. My foot caught on something beneath the water, a submerged branch or root, and I stumbled forward. For one terrible moment, I thought I would fall face first into the muck, pinned beneath the weight of the deer. Through sheer determination, I regained my balance, but the near fall cost me. Pain shot through my ankle, not severe enough to indicate a break, but certainly a sprain. Each step now brought a fresh wave of agony. The swamp seemed endless, a nightmare landscape of identical pools and deceptive footing. My headlamp battery was weakening, the beam growing dimmer. I switched it to the lowest setting, conserving what power remained. This reduced my visibility even further, forcing me to move more by feel than sight. A splash to my right, much closer than the previous sounds. I swung toward it, catching a glimpse of gray-brown fur as a coyote darted behind a clump of reeds. They were testing distances now, gauging my reactions. Another splash to my left, then behind me. They were circling, closing the distance gradually, their confidence growing with each passing minute. I fumbled at my belt, unsheathing my hunting knife. The blade gleamed dully in the fading headlamp beam, 6 inches of steel that suddenly seemed woefully inadequate. Still, holding it provided some psychological comfort, a connection to humanity and tool use that separated me from the pure animalism surrounding me. The ground beneath my feet began to firm slightly. I was nearing the far edge of the swamp. Hope sparked briefly, only to be extinguished by a sudden chorus of yips and howls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The sound was triumphant, celebratory almost, as if the pack was acknowledging that their prey was tiring, weakening. I pushed forward with renewed desperation, ignoring the fire in my muscles and the throbbing in my ankle. Water gave way to mud, then to damp earth, as I finally reached the border of the wetland. Under different circumstances, I would have stopped here, rested, perhaps even celebrated this small victory. Now I barely registered the transition, focused only on maintaining distance from the creatures behind me. The terrain began to rise gradually. I was approaching a ridge that I knew ran parallel to the road where I'd parked my truck. If I could reach the top of that incline, I would be less than a mile from safety. The thought gave me strength I didn't know I still possessed. A growl, low and menacing, sounded from my right, much too close. I swung toward it, knife extended, and saw a coyote less than 10 feet away. In my headlamp's weakening beam, it looked larger than I remembered coyotes being, its eyes reflecting an eerie, almost intelligent malice. It stood its ground as I faced it, neither advancing nor retreating. Movement to my left drew my attention, another coyote, matching the first in size and demeanor. Then another appeared, and another, until I realized with stomach-dropping clarity that I was surrounded. The pack had maneuvered me exactly where they wanted, using the swamp to tire me out, waiting until I reached drier ground where they could move more effectively. I turned in a slow circle, knife extended, trying to keep as many of them in view as possible. There were at least 8 that I could count, possibly more hidden in the darkness beyond my light's reach. They maintained their distance, watching, waiting. For what, I wasn't sure, but the coordination of their behavior sent ice through my veins. The standoff couldn't last. My strength was failing rapidly, the weight of the deer threatening to bring me to my knees. The coyotes sensed this, their postures changing subtly, muscles tensing in preparation. One of them, slightly larger than the others, the alpha I presumed, took a deliberate step forward, testing my reaction. I lunged toward it, shouting hoarsely, swinging the knife in a wide arc. The coyote retreated, but only a few steps, its retreat seeming almost contemptuous. The message was clear. They knew I was at my limit. They could afford to wait. My mind raced, searching for options. I couldn't outrun them, not in my current state. Fighting was suicide against so many. The deer across my shoulders was both burden and attractant, but abandoning it might not save me now. They had committed to this hunt. The scent of blood was on me regardless. The ridge rose before me, steeper than I remembered. If I could reach the top, would it make any difference? The coyotes could easily follow, but something in my primal brain insisted that higher ground was better, that elevation might provide some advantage I couldn't yet see. I began backing toward the incline, keeping the knife extended, trying to watch all directions simultaneously. The pack adjusted, maintaining their circle, neither advancing nor yielding ground. Each step backward was agony, my ankle protesting, my shoulders screaming from the sustained weight. The alpha made another testing advance, this time joined by 2 others. I shouted again, a raw, desperate sound that echoed through the trees. They paused, but didn't retreat as far this time. My bluff was losing effectiveness with each repetition. I reached the base of the ridge and began the ascent, still facing outward, still trying to keep the pack in view. The incline forced me to lean forward against the weight of the deer, throwing my already precarious balance further off. Twice I nearly fell, catching myself at the last moment, knowing that going down might mean never getting up again. The coyotes followed, maintaining their distance but adjusting their formation to account for the changing terrain. Their patience was unnerving. This wasn't normal predatory behavior. They moved with purpose, with strategy, as if guided by something beyond animal instinct. Halfway up the ridge, my headlamp flickered, then died. Darkness engulfed me, broken only by the weak moonlight filtering through clouds. I froze, momentarily blinded by the sudden absence of light. When my eyes adjusted, I could make out only vague shapes where the coyotes had been, darker patches against the night. A growl from my right spurred me back into motion. I scrambled upward, abandoning caution, driven by pure survival instinct. My foot slipped on loose soil, and I went down on one knee. Something brushed against my leg, fur, warm and coarse. I slashed blindly with the knife, connecting with nothing but air. I regained my footing and continued upward, no longer trying to face the threat, simply focused on ascent. The top of the ridge was close now, a slightly lighter line against the night sky. What lay beyond, I couldn't remember clearly, but it had to be better than my current position. Another brush against my leg, this time followed by a sharp nip that didn't quite penetrate my pants. They were testing, tasting, their restraint eroding with each passing moment. I kicked out reflexively and connected with something solid that yelped in surprise or pain. The sound triggered a response from the others. Growls deepened, movements became more aggressive. They were done waiting. The hunt was entering its final phase. I reached the top of the ridge in a last desperate surge of energy. As I crested the rise, the landscape ahead became visible in the weak moonlight. My heart leapt. There, not 50 yards away, stood a chain-link fence, tall and solid, marking the boundary of private property that bordered the state forest. Beyond the fence, I could make out the straight line of a gravel access road. New energy flooded my limbs. The fence represented a barrier the coyotes would have to work to cross, not an insurmountable obstacle for them, but something that would slow them down, break their coordinated approach. More importantly, the road beyond might have traffic, might lead to help. I half ran, half stumbled toward the fence, abandoning any pretense of facing my pursuers. Behind me, the pack gave voice to their hunt, howls and yips signaling the chase was on in earnest. They were no longer hiding their intentions, no longer content to simply follow and wear me down. The fence loomed larger, 7 feet of chain link topped with a strand of barbed wire. Under normal circumstances, scaling it would be challenging, but manageable. With a deer across my shoulders and exhaustion clouding my thoughts, it seemed nearly impossible. But the alternatives, turning to fight or surrendering to exhaustion, were unthinkable. I reached the fence as the first coyote closed to within striking distance. Without hesitation, I heaved the deer upward, using the last reserves of my strength to lift it high enough to catch on the top of the fence. The carcass balanced precariously for a moment, then toppled over to the other side with a heavy thud. Hands now free, I began to climb, fingers gripping the metal links, boots searching for purchase. Behind me, snarls and snapping jaws spurred my ascent. Something caught at my pant leg, teeth tearing at the fabric. I kicked wildly, connecting with a solid mass. The grip released, and I continued upward. My jacket caught on the barbed wire at the top, the sharp points piercing the fabric and scraping against my skin beneath. I yanked free with a ripping sound, sacrificing the jacket's integrity for speed. As I cleared the top, a coyote leapt upward, jaws snapping just inches from my dangling boot. I tumbled to the other side, landing hard on the packed gravel. The impact drove the air from my lungs, leaving me gasping. The deer lay nearby, a dark mass against the lighter gravel. On the other side of the fence, the pack converged, some already beginning to climb or probe for weaknesses in the barrier. I scrambled to my feet, retrieved my knife from where it had fallen, and backed away from the fence. The coyotes snarled and paced, some attempting to squeeze through gaps at the bottom, others testing the height with leaps that fell just short of the top. The fence was holding, for now. I collapsed to my knees on the gravel road, lungs burning, muscles trembling with exhaustion. The coyotes continued their assault on the fence, their frustration evident in their increasingly frenzied movements. One particularly large individual had managed to get halfway up the chain link, claws scrabbling for purchase on the metal. I watched, mesmerized by its determination, wondering if the barrier would truly prove sufficient. After what seemed an eternity, but was likely only minutes, the attacks on the fence began to subside. The coyotes paced back and forth, occasionally testing the barrier, but with decreasing conviction. Their howls took on a different quality, less hunting fervor, more frustrated lamentation. They had lost their prey, and some primal part of me exulted in that knowledge. When I felt capable of movement again, I turned my attention to the deer. The carcass lay where it had fallen, still intact despite the rough handling. My ethical obligation remained. This animal deserved to be properly processed, its meat not wasted. With trembling hands, I checked the integrity of the bungee cords I'd originally used to secure it to the cart. The road stretched in both directions, disappearing into darkness. I had no idea which way might lead to civilization sooner, or if this road connected anywhere near where I'd parked my truck. My phone still showed no service. I was safer than I had been in the forest, but far from secure. I decided to move east along the road, a choice based more on instinct than knowledge. The deer was once again a burden across my shoulders, though it seemed almost manageable now compared to carrying it through swamp and woodland while being hunted. My ankle throbbed with each step, and every muscle in my body protested, but the relative safety of the road provided psychological comfort that translated to physical endurance. After perhaps half a mile, lights appeared in the distance. The unmistakable glow of headlights moving toward me. I stepped to the side of the road, not wanting to present a hazardous obstacle to the approaching vehicle. As it drew closer, I raised one arm in a clear gesture of distress. The vehicle, a pickup truck with official markings, slowed, then stopped altogether about 20 feet away. Headlights illuminated me, creating a spotlight effect that must have presented a strange tableau. A blood-stained man with a deer across his shoulders, standing on a deserted gravel road in the middle of the night. The driver's door opened and a figure emerged, approaching cautiously. As they drew closer, I made out the uniform of a Department of Natural Resources officer. Relief flooded through me, so intense it nearly brought me to my knees again. "Sir, are you all right?" The officer's voice held concern tinged with wariness. His hand rested near his sidearm, a reasonable precaution given the circumstances. "Yes, no, I'm not injured, but I've had—" I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound deranged. "There was a pack of coyotes. They chased me through the forest. My game cart broke, and I had to carry the deer. They were hunting me." The officer's expression shifted from wariness to something more complex, doubt mixed with growing concern. He gestured to the deer. "May I see your hunting license and tags?" The normality of the request almost made me laugh. After everything that had happened, here was bureaucracy, rules, civilization reasserting itself. I carefully lowered the deer to the ground and retrieved my wallet with hands that still trembled slightly. The officer examined my documentation, nodding as he confirmed everything was in order. He shone his flashlight over the deer, noting the clean shot placement and field dressing. His professional assessment complete, his demeanor softened. "You're about 3 miles from the main road," he said, gesturing in the direction I'd been walking. "Were you hunting alone?" I nodded, suddenly aware of how foolish that decision seemed in retrospect. "And the coyotes, how many would you estimate were in the pack?" "At least 8, I answered, maybe more. They worked together like they were coordinating. I've never seen behavior like that before." The officer nodded thoughtfully. "We've had reports of unusually aggressive packs in this area over the past month, larger groups than normal, bolder behavior. Theory is that habitat loss further north has pushed multiple packs into overlapping territories, forcing them to adapt new hunting strategies." He gestured to his truck. "Let's get your deer in the back. I can drive you to your vehicle, assuming you can direct me to where you parked." The offer was like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. Together, we loaded the deer into the truck bed, securing it with additional straps the officer provided. As we drove through the night, I directed him toward the trailhead where I'd left my truck hours earlier. The forest looked different from inside the safety of a vehicle, less menacing, more familiar. But I knew something had changed in my perception of these woods. They were no longer simply a place of recreation and sustenance. They had shown me their other face, the one that humans, for all their technological advantages, would do well to remember. Dawn broke as I finally arrived home, the deer secured in the bed of my own truck. The night's terror had faded somewhat, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion and a strange, almost euphoric gratitude for survival. I mechanically went through the process of hanging the deer in my garage, ready for proper butchering later. Every movement felt dreamlike, disconnected from normal reality. I stripped off my ruined clothes, noting with detached interest the numerous small tears and punctures in the fabric, evidence that the encounter had been as close as I'd perceived, not some fear-magnified imagination. In the shower, hot water revealed scratches and bruises I hadn't even registered receiving, my body a map of the night's journey. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by dreams of pursuit, of endless running through terrain that constantly shifted beneath my feet. I woke repeatedly, heart pounding, certain that I could hear howls in the distance. By mid-afternoon, I gave up on rest and instead focused on processing the deer, a task that normally brought satisfaction but now felt like an obligation to be completed. The meat from the deer would feed me for months, vacuum-sealed and stored in my freezer. I found myself wondering if the price had been worth it. Not in the economic sense. Venison was far cheaper than purchasing equivalent amounts of beef, but in some deeper calculus of risk and reward. What had I truly gained, and what had I nearly lost? Over the next few days, I researched coyote behavior obsessively, looking for explanations for what I'd experienced. Most sources confirmed what the DNR officer had suggested. Habitat pressure was creating new pack dynamics, forcing adaptations in hunting strategies. Some researchers documented increased pack sizes and more coordinated attacks on larger prey. None of this was reassuring. I called my brother, who had hunted these same woods with me for years before moving out of state. I related the experience, trying to keep my description factual, resisting the urge to embellish what had already been terrifying enough in its reality. "God," he said when I finished, "you're lucky to be alive. Are you going out again this season?" The question caught me off guard. I hadn't considered whether the experience had changed my relationship with hunting permanently. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I'm not sure I can look at those woods the same way." "No one would blame you for hanging up the rifle after something like that," he offered. But that felt like surrender to something I wasn't prepared to acknowledge, that beneath our veneer of civilization, we remain potential prey. That nature tolerates our presence but doesn't recognize our presumed dominance. That the line between hunter and hunted is thinner than we care to admit. A week later, I returned to the forest. Not to hunt. The season was closing and I had more meat than I needed. But to walk the same paths in daylight, to reclaim some sense of control over an environment that had so thoroughly stripped it from me. I brought a companion this time, my neighbor's German Shepherd, a muscular animal whose alert presence beside me provided both practical security and psychological comfort. We walked to the clearing where I'd shot the deer, then followed approximately the same route I'd taken during my desperate flight. Everything looked different in daylight, less threatening, more navigable. The swamp that had seemed endless at night was a relatively modest wetland, easily traversed on slightly higher ground I hadn't been able to see in darkness. When we reached the fence that had provided salvation, I stood for a long time, looking back toward the forest. The dog whined softly, sensing something in my manner that made him uneasy. I reached down to reassure him, fingers running through thick fur, feeling his solid warmth against my leg. "It's okay," I told him, though the words were really for myself. "We're just visiting. We don't belong here." That was the truth I'd discovered during that night of terror. Not that nature was malevolent, but that it was indifferent. We enter wild places as guests, not masters, regardless of the weapons we carry or the technologies we employ. The forest doesn't care about our intentions or our ethics. It operates by older, deeper rules that we forget at our peril. I would hunt again, I decided as we turned to head back. But never alone, never without proper communication equipment, never with the comfortable arrogance that had led me into danger. The venison in my freezer was more than meat now. It was a reminder of lessons learned at great cost, of respect earned through fear, of boundaries reestablished between human and wild. As we walked away from the fence, I thought I heard a distant howl. The dog's ears pricked forward, confirming it wasn't imagination. I didn't hurry my steps or look back. The sound wasn't a threat now, just a voice in a conversation that had been ongoing long before humans entered it. A conversation about survival, territory, and the ancient dance between predator and prey that defines all living things. I was no longer just a hunter. I had been hunted. And something fundamental had shifted in how I understood my place in the world. Not a revelation exactly, but a remembering of something humans had known since we huddled around the first fires, watching the darkness beyond our circles of light, listening to the sounds of things that moved in the night. I woke up at 5:17 a.m., a full 43 minutes before my alarm was set to sound. The anticipation of our planned hike had kept my mind active through the night, drifting between consciousness and restless sleep. My wife, Josephine, was still wrapped in our comforter, her breathing deep and rhythmic. I watched the ceiling fan rotate in the half-darkness, mentally checking the list of supplies I'd packed the previous evening. By 6:30, Josephine had joined me in the kitchen. She sipped her coffee, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Are you sure about this trail? I've heard Cascade Falls gets pretty crowded on weekends." "That's why we're leaving early," I replied, filling the dog's water bowl. "We'll beat the rush." Our German Shepherd Bella sensed the excitement in the air. She paced the kitchen floor, claws clicking against the tile, pausing occasionally to stare at her leash hanging by the door. I'd adopted her as a rescue 3 years ago, and she'd become our faithful hiking companion, always eager to explore new trails. The drive to the trailhead took just over an hour. We wound through the mountains, climbing higher as the road narrowed. Bella pressed her nose against the window, her breath creating small patches of fog on the glass. The morning light filtered through the trees in slanted beams, illuminating particles of dust floating in the car. "Look at the weather," Josephine said, gesturing toward the sky. "Perfect hiking day." She was right. The forecast promised mild temperatures with partly cloudy skies, ideal conditions for the 6-mile trek to Cascade Falls and back. What made this particular trail appealing was its accessibility. It was popular enough to be well-maintained, but offered side paths for those seeking more solitude. The parking area was about a quarter full when we arrived, mostly with vehicles bearing out-of-state license plates. Weekend warriors, I thought to myself. Tourists seeking Instagram-worthy photos of the falls. I pulled into a spot near the trailhead and cut the engine. "Ready for this?" I asked, turning to Josephine. She smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling. "Always." Bella's enthusiasm was unmistakable as I clipped the leash to her collar. Her tail wagged with such vigor that her entire body swayed from side to side. I secured our backpacks, checking once more for water bottles, trail mix, first aid supplies, and the pocket knife I always carried on hikes. The air felt crisp against my face as we approached the trailhead. A wooden sign displayed a map of the area, marking the main path and several offshoot trails. I studied it briefly, noting a less traveled route that looped behind the falls into a more secluded section of forest. "I'm thinking we might try that back loop after we see the main falls," I suggested, pointing to the map. "Fewer people, more nature." Josephine nodded, though something in her expression suggested hesitation. "As long as we're back before dark." I assured her we would be, not knowing that darkness would find us long before we returned to our car. The main trail to Cascade Falls stretched before us like a welcoming ribbon, wide and well-trodden. Morning sunlight dappled the path through breaks in the forest canopy, creating pools of warmth on the otherwise cool ground. Other hikers passed us in both directions, offering friendly nods or brief greetings. Bella led our small procession, her nose working overtime as she processed the symphony of scents. Every few minutes, she would pause to investigate something of particular interest, a peculiar rock, a patch of moss, or traces left by wildlife that had crossed the path during the night. "She's in her element," Josephine observed, watching as Bella locked eyes with a gray squirrel that chattered indignantly from a safe perch. The steady incline of the trail increased our heart rates and loosened our muscles. I felt the familiar burn in my calves, welcoming the sensation as proof that I was alive and moving. The sound of rushing water grew progressively louder, signaling our approach to the falls. "I think we're getting close," I said unnecessarily. The roar of Cascade Falls had become unmistakable, a constant backdrop to the chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves. We rounded a final bend in the trail, and the falls revealed themselves in dramatic fashion. Water thundered over a 70-foot cliff, crashing into a clear pool below, with such force that a perpetual mist hung in the air. Sunlight filtered through this mist, creating a delicate rainbow that arched across the base of the falls. The area surrounding the pool was crowded with visitors. Families spread picnic blankets on flat rocks, couples posed for photographs with the cascade as their backdrop, and several brave souls waded into the frigid water, their shrieks of shock echoing against the cliff face. "It's beautiful," Josephine said, her voice nearly lost in the roar of the water. We found a relatively quiet spot on a large, flat boulder and unpacked our lunch. Bella lay at our feet, watchful but relaxed, occasionally lifting her head when children ran past or when food was being distributed. "So many people," I commented, surveying the crowd. "I wonder if anyone takes that back trail we saw on the map." Josephine followed my gaze toward a narrow path that snaked around the side of the falls, climbing steeply before disappearing into dense forest. "Doesn't look like it gets much traffic." The path called to me with an inexplicable pull. While the falls were undeniably spectacular, something about that hidden trail promised a more authentic experience, a chance to encounter the wilderness on its own terms, away from the carefully curated experience of the main attraction. "Want to check it out?" I asked, already knowing the answer I wanted to hear. Josephine hesitated, taking a long drink from her water bottle. Is it safe? It's marked on the official trail map, I reasoned. Just less popular. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. All right, but let's not go too far. I'd like to be back at the car before the sun starts to set. We packed our remains of lunch and set off toward the narrow path, leaving behind the comfort of crowds and cell phone reception. Bella seemed particularly eager for this new adventure, pulling slightly on her leash as we approached the trailhead. A small wooden sign marked the entrance to the path. North Forest Loop, moderate difficulty, 2.5 miles. Below this official marker, someone had carved a single word into the wood. Watch. I assumed it was a reminder to watch one step on the steeper terrain, not yet understanding it as the warning it was meant to be. The transition was immediate and striking. Within 50 yards of leaving the main area, the sounds of other hikers faded to a distant murmur, then disappeared entirely. The path narrowed considerably, forcing us to walk single file in some sections. Tree roots created natural steps up the incline, and in places, the trail came perilously close to the edge of a steep drop-off. Careful here, I called back to Josephine, offering my hand at a particularly treacherous section. We climbed steadily, our breathing becoming more labored. Bella navigated the terrain with ease, her paws finding secure footing where ours sometimes slipped. The forest grew denser around us, the trees taller and more ancient than those near the trailhead. Notice anything? Josephine asked after we had been climbing for about 20 minutes. I paused, listening. It's quiet. The absence of sound was indeed remarkable. The waterfall's roar had diminished to a faint whisper, and even the birds seemed to have abandoned this section of the forest. Our footsteps and breathing became unnaturally loud in the stillness. No cell service, Josephine noted, glancing at her phone. Not that I'm surprised. We continued our ascent, eventually reaching a point where the trail leveled out and offered a spectacular view of the valley below. The people at the base of the falls looked tiny from our vantage point, like miniature figures in a diorama. Worth the climb, I said, taking a deep breath of the cool air. Josephine nodded, though I noticed her eyes frequently scanning our surroundings. It's beautiful, but somehow different up here. I knew what she meant. The forest had a distinct atmosphere, not necessarily threatening, but certainly more primal. The trees were older, their bark deeply furrowed and covered with thick moss. The undergrowth was sparse, allowing our eyes to penetrate deeper into the woods than was possible near the trailhead. Shall we continue? I asked, gesturing toward where the trail disappeared into a particularly dense section of forest. The canopy overhead grew thicker as we proceeded, filtering the sunlight into thin, shifting beams that barely illuminated the path. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I felt the first prickle of unease crawl up my spine. Bella's demeanor had changed as well. Her earlier enthusiasm had given way to a more cautious approach. She no longer pulled ahead but stayed close to my side, her ears constantly swiveling to catch any sound. Is it getting darker? Josephine asked, her voice hushed as if speaking normally might disturb something we couldn't see. I checked my watch. It's only 2:30, still plenty of daylight left. Yet she was right. It did seem darker, as if the forest itself was absorbing the light. I attributed it to the thicker canopy and pressed on, trying to ignore the growing sense that we were being observed. The dominant sound now was our own movement, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional snap of a twig, Bella's steady panting. Each noise seemed amplified in the unnatural quiet, traveling further than it should through the still air. Do you hear any birds? Josephine asked suddenly. I stopped walking and listened intently. Nothing. No bird song, no rustling in the undergrowth, no distant calls of wildlife. The forest was absolutely silent, holding its sound as if in anticipation. Even then, with warning signs mounting, we continued forward. I was driven by curiosity, by the desire to see what lay just beyond the next bend in the trail. Josephine followed out of loyalty, and Bella out of duty, though her body language communicated increasing distress. We were venturing into a part of the forest that felt untouched by human presence, despite the clear trail beneath our feet. The trees here were ancient sentinels, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Moss hung in long strands, occasionally brushing against our faces as we passed. "Maybe we should turn back soon," Josephine suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. I was about to agree when we emerged into a small clearing that stopped me in my tracks. A perfect circle of towering trees surrounded a patch of ground where nothing grew, no grass, no undergrowth, just bare earth that appeared oddly darker than the surrounding soil. "What is this place?" I wondered aloud, my voice sounding foreign in the profound silence. Bella whined softly, pressing herself against my leg. I reached down to reassure her, feeling the tremor that ran through her body. We had found something we were not meant to see, and the forest knew it. The clearing emanated a wrongness I couldn't articulate. While my rational mind searched for natural explanations, perhaps the soil chemistry prevented growth, or maybe the canopy blocked too much sunlight, a more primitive part of my brain recognized danger. "I don't like this," Josephine said, her eyes darting from tree to tree at the edge of the clearing. "Let's go back." I nodded, suddenly eager to retreat. As we turned to leave, something caught my eye. A flash of movement at the periphery of my vision. I whipped my head around, staring into the dense undergrowth, but saw nothing definitive. Just shadows shifting in ways that shadows shouldn't. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice tight. Josephine shook her head, but her expression confirmed she'd sensed something too. "What was it?" "Probably just a deer," I said, not believing it for a second. We backtracked to the main trail, moving with greater purpose now. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches reaching lower, roots rising higher to impede our progress. I told myself it was my imagination, that fear was distorting my perception, but the sensation of being followed intensified with each step. Bella's behavior became increasingly concerning. She walked with her tail tucked between her legs, her ears flattened against her skull. Occasionally she would stop and stare intently into the forest, growling softly at something I couldn't perceive. "She senses something," Josephine whispered, gripping my arm. I had always trusted Bella's instincts. As a shepherd, she possessed sharper senses and a keener awareness of her surroundings than either of us. If she was afraid, there was reason to be. The trail narrowed further, forcing us to navigate carefully around protruding rocks and fallen branches. The forest floor was covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves that muffled our footsteps, but made the terrain treacherous. Twice, I nearly lost my footing on the slippery ground. "Listen," Josephine said suddenly, freezing in place. I held my breath, straining to hear whatever had caught her attention. At first, there was nothing but the sound of our own heartbeats pounding in our ears. Then I heard it, a faint rustling, too deliberate to be the wind, too rhythmic to be random forest sounds. "Someone's following us," I whispered, the realization chilling me to my core. We quickened our pace, no longer concerned with enjoying the scenery or exploring new territory. The only objective now was to return to the populated area near the falls, to escape the suffocating presence of the deep forest and whatever lurked within it. The path began to slope downward, which should have been encouraging. We were heading back toward the falls, but instead filled me with dread. The descent made our footing even more precarious, and the sensation of being pursued grew stronger with each passing minute. Bella suddenly stopped, her body rigid with tension. A low growl rumbled in her chest, and the fur along her spine stood on end. She stared fixedly at a dense thicket about 20 yards off the trail. "What is it, girl?" I asked, my voice barely audible. In response, Bella's growl deepened, becoming more threatening. I followed her gaze but could discern nothing in the shadowy undergrowth. Just as I was about to tug gently on her leash and continue our descent, a branch snapped loudly in the thicket. Josephine gasped, her fingers digging into my arm with bruising force. "There's someone there," she hissed. I opened my mouth to call out, to demand that whoever was following us show themselves, but the words died in my throat. Some instinct, buried deep in my genetic memory, warned that announcing our awareness would only escalate the situation. Instead, I whispered to Josephine, "Let's move." Quickly, but quietly. We resumed our descent, moving as rapidly as the treacherous terrain would allow. Bella stayed close, her body tense and alert, her head swiveling constantly to monitor our surroundings. The rustling continued, sometimes fading slightly, sometimes drawing alarmingly near, but always present. The forest grew darker still, though my watch insisted it was only mid-afternoon. A heavy mist had begun to form among the trees, reducing visibility and adding to our disorientation. Landmarks I had noted on our ascent seemed altered or absent entirely, making me question whether we were still on the correct path. "Are we lost?" Josephine asked, voicing my unspoken fear. "No," I replied with false confidence. "The trail only goes one way. We just need to keep heading down." But doubt gnawed at me. The path seemed different, somehow twisted from what I remembered. Trees I didn't recall passing on our way up now loomed before us, their bark scarred with peculiar markings that resembled elongated handprints. "James," Josephine whispered, using my name for the first time since our unease began. "I think we should run." I understood her impulse, but reason prevailed. Too dangerous on this terrain. We'd fall and hurt ourselves. We continued our careful descent, each step feeling like it covered less distance than it should. The rustling behind us grew more pronounced, no longer attempting to disguise itself. Whatever followed us had abandoned subtlety, perhaps sensing our growing fear. Bella's whining increased in pitch and frequency, communicating a distress that transcended language. Her eyes, usually bright and alert, now held a terror that mirrored our own. The mist thickened, coiling around our ankles like spectral tendrils. Visibility decreased to mere yards, the forest beyond dissolving into gray obscurity. The sense of isolation became overwhelming, as if the world beyond this shrouded woodland had ceased to exist. And still we descended, clinging to the hope that the familiar roar of the waterfall would soon reach our ears, signaling our return to safety and civilization. But the forest had other plans for us. The mist parted momentarily, revealing a sight that halted me in my tracks. Ahead, the trail split into two identical paths, both descending at the same angle, both appearing equally worn. I had no memory of such a fork on our ascent. "This isn't right," I muttered, scanning our surroundings for any distinguishing feature that might indicate the correct route. Josephine's face was pale, her eyes wide with mounting panic. "Which way?" I hesitated, acutely aware that choosing incorrectly could lead us deeper into the forest rather than toward safety. Bella provided no guidance. She stood rigidly between the two paths, her attention focused on something behind us. The rustling had stopped. The absence of that sound, which had accompanied us for so long, was somehow more terrifying than its presence. It suggested that whatever had been following us was now still, perhaps watching, perhaps waiting. "Left," I decided finally, opting for the path that seemed to descend more steeply. The falls should be downhill. We hadn't taken 3 steps when Bella growled, a sound so unlike her normal vocalization that I barely recognized it as coming from our dog. She planted her paws firmly, refusing to move in the direction I had chosen. "Bella?" Josephine's voice quavered. "What's wrong, girl?" The dog's eyes were fixed on the left-hand path. Her lips pulled back to reveal teeth that suddenly seemed more wolf-like than I'd ever noticed. Her growl deepened, reverberating in her chest with primal warning. "Not that way, then," I conceded, turning toward the right-hand path. Bella's posture relaxed slightly, though her vigilance remained undiminished. We proceeded cautiously, our senses heightened to painful acuity. Each shadow might conceal a threat. Each sound might herald approach. The forest changed character once more. The trees here were younger, their trunks slender and pale. Sunlight penetrated more readily, creating patterns on the ground that shifted with an almost deliberate quality, as if the light itself was alive and watching. "Do you hear that?" Josephine asked after we had walked for several minutes. I listened intently, expecting to detect the resumed rustling of our pursuer. Instead, I heard a faint but distinct tapping, like wood striking wood at irregular intervals. The sound came from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to locate its source. "What is that?" I whispered, unconsciously tightening my grip on Bella's leash. "Someone's out there," Josephine replied, her voice barely audible. "All around us, The tapping increased in tempo, growing more insistent. It reminded me of a primitive form of communication, a code I couldn't decipher but instinctively recognized as meant for us. Bella's ears swiveled continuously, tracking the sounds. Her growl had subsided into a continuous low whine that expressed profound unease. She pressed herself against my leg, seeking reassurance I couldn't honestly provide. The path narrowed again, hemmed in by dense undergrowth that scratched at our arms and caught at our clothing. Moving forward required deliberate effort, as if the forest itself was attempting to impede our progress. "James," Josephine said, her voice tight with fear, "I think we're being herded." The observation struck me with terrible clarity. The splitting of the path, Bella's refusal to take the left fork, the tapping sounds that seemed to urge us forward, all suggested a deliberate manipulation of our movement. We were being guided deeper into the forest, away from the falls and safety, towards some unknown destination. "We need to backtrack," I decided, turning to face the way we had come. But the path behind us had vanished, replaced by a wall of vegetation so dense it appeared impenetrable. The forest had closed around us, eliminating retreat as an option. "This isn't possible," Josephine breathed, her face ashen. Yet the evidence was undeniable. We were being deliberately isolated, cut off from escape routes, forced to continue along a path chosen for us by something that understood human psychology all too well. The tapping intensified, its rhythm becoming almost frantic. It conveyed urgency now, an insistence that we proceed without delay. And beneath that sound, barely perceptible but unmistakable, was a low humming, as if dozens of voices were chanting just below the threshold of clear hearing. "We need to run," I said, abandoning my earlier caution. "Whatever's out there, I don't think it wants us to reach the end of this trail." Josephine nodded, her expression resolute despite her fear. We broke into a controlled jog, navigating the uneven terrain as best we could while maintaining our balance. Bella matched our pace, her movements precise despite her obvious distress. The forest reacted to our increased speed. The tapping sounds multiplied, becoming a chaotic percussion that seemed designed to disorient and confuse. The humming grew louder, resolving into distinct voices, though the words remained unintelligible. And now, unmistakably, there was movement in the forest around us. Shapes flitted between trees, always at the edge of clear vision, never quite resolving into identifiable forms. They moved with unnatural speed and fluidity, keeping pace with us effortlessly. "Don't look at them," I gasped, sensing that direct observation would only make the entities more real, more dangerous. "Just keep moving." The path began to slope upward, contradicting my expectation that we should be descending toward the falls. We were being led higher into the mountains, deeper into isolated territory where help would be impossible to find. My lungs burned with exertion and sweat soaked my clothing despite the cool air. Josephine stumbled beside me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Only Bella maintained her coordination, her instincts overriding her fear. Abruptly, the path terminated in another clearing, larger than the first we had encountered. Unlike the previous bare circle, this one contained a single massive stump at its center, the remnant of a tree that must have been ancient when it was felled. We skidded to a halt at the edge of the clearing, instinctively reluctant to enter the exposed space. The tapping and humming ceased simultaneously, leaving a silence so profound it seemed to press against our eardrums. "What now?" Josephine whispered, her voice hoarse from exertion. Before I could respond, Bella stiffened, her attention locked on the far side of the clearing. A tremor ran through her body, and the whine that escaped her throat communicated pure terror. I followed her gaze and felt my heart seize in my chest. The forest on the opposite side of the clearing was moving. Not with wind, there was no breeze, but with deliberate, coordinated motion. Shadows deepened and coalesced, forming shapes that defied easy categorization. They were neither fully human nor entirely animal, but something that incorporated elements of both while transcending either definition. "Don't move," I breathed, fighting the overwhelming urge to flee. "Don't even blink." The shadows continued their slow advance, edging into the clearing with a patience that suggested absolute confidence in our inability to escape. They moved with a synchronicity that implied a shared consciousness, a collective purpose that centered on the three intruders who had ventured into their domain. In that moment, standing at the edge of the clearing, with death approaching in forms I couldn't comprehend, I understood with perfect clarity. We had stumbled into territory that didn't belong to us, had never belonged to humanity. This was old land, governed by rules and entities that predated human civilization by eons, and we had been judged as trespassers. The realization came with startling clarity. We were not meant to witness what was unfolding before us. The clearing, the massive stump, the approaching shadows, all existed in a realm where human observation was an intrusion, a violation of ancient boundaries. Bella's behavior confirmed my intuition. Her body trembled violently, and the whine that escaped her throat rose in pitch until it became almost inaudible to human ears. Her instincts, unclouded by human rationalization, recognized the absolute danger we faced. The shadows had nearly reached the central stump, moving with that unsettling fluid coordination. As they drew closer, details became visible that my mind struggled to process. Elongated limbs that bent at impossible angles, features that shifted and rearranged themselves, surfaces that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. "James," Josephine whispered, her voice barely audible. "We need to leave. Now." I nodded, unable to form words. With infinite caution, I began to edge backward, guiding Josephine and Bella away from the clearing. Each step required immense concentration, fighting against the paralysis of terror that threatened to root us in place. The shadows paused in their advance, seeming to notice our retreat. For a breathless moment, they remained motionless, as if considering our actions. Then, with a suddenness that tore a gasp from Josephine's throat, they surged toward us. "Run!" I shouted, abandoning all pretense of stealth. We turned and fled, crashing through undergrowth without regard for the trail. Bella took the lead, her instincts guiding her toward escape with unerring precision. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us, but the terror driving us forward overwhelmed all physical discomfort. Behind us, the forest erupted with sound. Not the tapping and humming of before, but a cacophony of inhuman voices, shrieks, and howls that contained no recognizable language, yet conveyed unmistakable rage. The pursuit was relentless, gaining ground with every passing second. Josephine stumbled, her foot catching in a concealed root. I grabbed her arm, hauling her upright without breaking stride. "Keep moving," I gasped, my lungs burning with the effort of speech. The terrain began to slope downward, and I allowed myself a flicker of hope. Downhill meant we were heading toward the falls, toward safety and other people. If we could just maintain our pace, just stay ahead of whatever hunted us through these ancient woods. Bella suddenly skidded to a halt, so abruptly that I nearly collided with her. Her body went rigid, her hackles raised to their full height. A growl rumbled in her chest, deeper and more threatening than any sound I had ever heard her make. I looked up and felt my heart stutter in my chest. The path ahead was blocked by a figure that defied description, a suggestion of humanity distorted beyond recognition, a compilation of forest elements assembled into a mockery of human form. It stood motionless, neither advancing nor retreating, simply existing as an impassable obstacle. "This way," Josephine cried, tugging me to the right, where a narrow gap between densely packed trees offered a potential escape route. We veered from our original course, following this new direction with desperate speed. The sounds of pursuit intensified, seeming to come from all sides now. The forest had awakened fully to our presence, and every living thing within it had joined the hunt. My breath came in ragged gasps, insufficient to feed my oxygen-starved muscles. Josephine fared no better, her face pale with exertion and fear. Only Bella maintained her pace, driven by instincts more powerful than physical limitations. The trees began to thin, allowing more light to penetrate. The undergrowth became less dense, permitting faster movement. And then, gloriously, I heard it. The distant roar of Cascade Falls, barely audible, but unmistakable. "We're getting close," I shouted, renewed energy flowing through my exhausted limbs. "The falls. I can hear them." Josephine nodded, unable to spare breath for a reply. Her expression mingled hope with lingering terror, unwilling to believe in our escape until it was accomplished. The sounds of pursuit had changed character, becoming more frantic but also more distant. Whatever hunted us seemed reluctant to follow as we approached the boundary of their territory. The realization fueled our final desperate sprint toward safety. Bella led us unerringly, her nose guiding her toward human sense and the promise of protection. The path widened, becoming more defined, showing signs of regular human traffic. Fallen branches had been cleared, overhanging vegetation trimmed back, and then, miraculously, we burst into sunlight. The main trail stretched before us, broad and well-maintained. In the distance, I could see colorful clothing, other hikers, blissfully unaware of the terrors that lurked just beyond their recreational paradise. We collapsed onto the path, our legs finally surrendering to exhaustion. Bella stood guard over us, her attention fixed on the forest we had just escaped, her body still tense with vigilance. "Did that really happen?" Josephine gasped, her voice ragged. "Did we really see?" I had no answer that would make sense of our experience. The rational part of my mind was already constructing explanations. We had become disoriented, misinterpreted natural phenomena, allowed fear to distort our perceptions. But deeper knowledge persisted, immune to rationalization. We had encountered something ancient and inhuman, something that regarded our presence as an invasion to be repelled. And we had been permitted to escape only because we had fled toward boundaries it respected, for now. Bella whined softly, pressing against my side. Her eyes held a wisdom beyond human comprehension, an acceptance of realities we preferred to deny. She had always known such things existed. It was we humans who maintained the comfortable fiction of our dominion over the natural world. Slowly, painfully, we rose to our feet and began the long walk back to the parking area. Other hikers passed us, smiling and nodding, commenting on the beauty of the day and the magnificence of the falls. None of them showed any awareness of the darkness that dwelled just beyond the manicured trails, the ancient presences that watched and waited with inhuman patience. And I lacked both the words and the courage to warn them. The journey back to the parking area progressed in a surreal haze. My body moved automatically, placing one foot before the other, while my mind struggled to process what we had experienced. Josephine walked beside me in silence, her face set in an expression that mingled exhaustion with lingering terror. Bella remained unusually alert, her ears constantly swiveling to catch any sound from behind us. Occasionally, she would stop and stare into the forest with focused intensity, as if tracking movement invisible to human eyes. Each time I would tug gently on her leash, urging her forward with a desperation I couldn't fully articulate. Other hikers passed us on the trail, their cheerful greetings and casual conversation jarring against our state of mind. They existed in a different reality, one where the forest was merely a recreational space, a pleasant backdrop for photographs and picnics. Their ignorance felt like both a blessing and an indictment. "They have no idea," Josephine murmured as a laughing family strolled past us. "No idea what's out there." I nodded, uncertain whether I envied or pitied their obliviousness. Maybe that's for the best. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, casting longer shadows across the trail. Under normal circumstances, I would have appreciated the golden quality of the late afternoon light, the way it transformed the forest into a cathedral of illuminated green and amber. Now, each shadow seemed to harbor potential threats, each darkened space between trees a possible hiding place for watchers. "Do you think they'll follow us?" Josephine asked, her voice so low I barely caught the words. I considered the question carefully, wanting to offer reassurance but unwilling to lie. "I don't think they can," I replied finally. "Or maybe they won't." It felt like there were boundaries, rules. She nodded, accepting this assessment with visible relief. They could have caught us if they wanted to. They were faster, knew the terrain better. But they stopped. The observation sent a chill through me. She was right. Our escape had been permitted rather than achieved. We had been allowed to flee, perhaps as a warning, perhaps as a message to other potential intruders. As we approached the main viewing area for the falls, the increased human presence provided a sense of security that was largely psychological, but welcome nonetheless. Families were packing up their picnics, photographers capturing final images in the favorable late afternoon light, children squealing as they splashed in the shallower sections of the pool. Bella's tension visibly decreased as we integrated with this crowd. Her tail, which had been tucked tightly against her body, now hung in a more natural position, occasionally offering a tentative wag when children approached to pet her. "She feels safer here," I observed, stroking her head. "Among people." Josephine nodded. "So do I." We paused at the main viewing platform, ostensibly to appreciate the spectacle of Cascade Falls, but actually to reassure ourselves with the presence of dozens of other humans. The waterfall thundered down the cliff face, magnificent and oblivious to the darkness that dwelled just beyond its periphery. A park ranger approached, clipboard in hand, making routine checks before the area closed for the evening. "Heading out soon?" he asked pleasantly. "We'll be closing the gates at sunset." "Yes," I replied, studying his face for any sign that he knew, that he understood what lurked in the deeper sections of the forest he was tasked with overseeing. His expression revealed nothing beyond professional courtesy. "Did you folks make it up to the North Forest Loop?" he inquired, glancing at our muddy boots and the scratches on our arms. "Looks like you had quite the adventure." I hesitated, unsure how to respond. Part of me wanted to grab him by the shoulders, to shake him, and demand to know if he was aware of what existed in the territory he claimed to manage. Instead, I merely nodded. "We started that trail," Josephine interjected, "but turned back. It got intense." The ranger chuckled. "Yeah, that's a challenging route. Not many visitors take it all the way around. Smart of you to know your limits." His casual dismissal of our experience stung, but I recognized the futility of trying to explain. What would I say? That we had encountered entities that defied rational explanation? That the forest itself had seemed to conspire against us? That boundaries existed within his jurisdiction that had nothing to do with park management and everything to do with ancient territories and their inhuman guardians? "Have there ever been any incidents on that trail?" I asked instead, keeping my tone conversational. "People getting lost or reporting unusual experiences?" The ranger's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of something. Caution? Recognition? Crossing his features before his professional demeanor reasserted itself. "Nothing official," he replied carefully, "though we do recommend hikers stick to the main trails unless they're experienced." He held my gaze a beat longer than was comfortable, then glanced at his watch. "You folks should probably start heading back to the parking area. Sunset in about 40 minutes. As he walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was willing to discuss. Whether from official policy or personal caution, he had chosen not to acknowledge whatever awareness he possessed of the forest's true nature. "Let's go," I said to Josephine, suddenly eager to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and this place before darkness fell completely. The walk back to the parking area proceeded in tense silence. Though we were on the main trail, surrounded by other departing hikers, the sense of being watched never fully dissipated. I found myself constantly scanning the forest edge, searching for movement or shapes that didn't belong. Bella's behavior reinforced my unease. While she no longer displayed the terror that had gripped her in the deeper woods, she remained vigilant, her attention frequently drawn to the forest that flanked the trail. Twice she stopped completely, staring into seemingly empty undergrowth with focused intensity. The parking lot came into view just as the sun touched the western peaks, casting long shadows across the asphalt. Our car sat where we had left it, looking impossibly normal and mundane after the otherworldly experiences of the afternoon. I unlocked the doors with trembling hands, helping Bella into the back seat while Josephine stowed our backpacks. The simple, familiar actions felt like a ritual of return, reconnecting us with the ordinary world we had temporarily lost touch with. As I slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, I allowed myself a long exhale, releasing tension I had carried for hours. Josephine reached across the console and squeezed my hand, her touch communicating shared trauma and mutual reassurance. "Let's go home," she said softly. I nodded, putting the car in reverse. As I turned to check behind us, my gaze was drawn to the forest edge at the far end of the parking lot. For an instant, so briefly I would later question whether I'd seen it at all, a figure stood there, partially obscured by underbrush, but unmistakably watching our departure. It was neither fully human nor completely other, a composite of shadow and substance that existed at the periphery of comprehension. And though I couldn't discern its features clearly, I sensed its message with perfect clarity. You have been warned. Do not return. I accelerated perhaps more quickly than necessary, guiding the car toward the park exit and the highway beyond. In the rearview mirror, I watched the entrance to Cascade Falls State Park recede, looking ordinary and harmless in the fading light. But I knew better now, and I would never see forests the same way again. 3 weeks have passed since our experience at Cascade Falls. On the surface, life has returned to normal. I go to work, Josephine tends her garden, Bella chases squirrels in our fenced backyard. We engage in the routines and rituals that define ordinary existence, finding comfort in their predictability. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, fundamental changes have occurred. We speak differently about the natural world, choosing our words with a care that borders on superstition. We watch the edge of the small woodland behind our property with newfound wariness. And neither of us has suggested a hiking trip, though autumn weather has provided perfect conditions for outdoor activities. Bella's behavior has altered as well. She refuses to approach the property line where our yard meets the woods, standing at a distance and growling if either of us ventures too close to that boundary. At night, she abandons her customary sleeping spot at the foot of our bed to keep vigil at the bedroom window, her attention fixed on the darkness beyond our small illuminated space. I've done research, searching for explanations or similar accounts. The internet offers various theories: interdimensional beings, cryptids, hallucinations induced by environmental factors. None fully capture what we experienced, yet all contain elements that resonate with our memories. The ranger's reaction haunts me. His careful non-answer to my question suggested knowledge deliberately withheld, experiences documented but not officially acknowledged. I've considered contacting the park administration, perhaps under the guise of academic research, but something always stops me. Some instinct warns that drawing attention to what we witnessed might be dangerous, might mark us in ways I don't fully understand. Sleep comes differently now. When exhaustion finally overcomes vigilance, my dreams are filled with forests that move and shadows that watch. I wake frequently convinced I've heard tapping against our bedroom window, wood striking wood in patterns too deliberate to be random branches in the wind. Josephine has her own manifestations of the experience. She's begun collecting books on folklore from various cultures, particularly those dealing with forest entities and territorial spirits. She underlines passages describing boundaries between human and non-human domains, rules of engagement for crossing those thresholds, protective measures for those who have witnessed what they shouldn't. It's not just our culture, she told me last night, her finger tracing a paragraph in a volume of Nordic mythology. Every society has stories about places where humans aren't welcome, entities that guard against intrusion. We've just forgotten how to listen. Her words carried the weight of revelation. In our modern arrogance, we had assumed ownership of every acre of land, believed our trails and maps and designated recreation areas somehow conferred legitimate access. We had forgotten that older claims existed, that our presence was tolerated rather than welcomed in territories that had never truly been ceded to human control. Yesterday, I found myself driving past the highway exit for Cascade Falls. I hadn't planned the detour. My conscious destination was a client meeting in the next town over. Yet there I was, slowing as the exit approached, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the place that had so terrified us. I didn't take the exit. The memory of Bella's fear, of Josephine's pale face, of shadows moving with impossible coordination, these proved stronger than whatever compulsion drew me toward the falls. But the fact that I felt that pull at all disturbs me profoundly. Are we being called back? Is our unfinished business with the forest reciprocated? The thought keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling while Bella maintains her vigil at the window. This afternoon, I received a small package in the mail. No return address, no note inside. Just a carved wooden figure roughly the size of my palm, depicting something not quite human and not quite animal. The craftsmanship is exquisite, each detail rendered with unsettling precision. The wood itself is unlike any I recognize, unusually dense, with a grain pattern that seems to shift when viewed from different angles. I haven't shown it to Josephine yet. I'm not sure I will. The figure sits in my desk drawer, simultaneously a warning and an invitation, a reminder of boundaries crossed and knowledge that cannot be unlearned. Sometimes I catch myself staring at trees along the roadside, searching for signs that they are more than they appear. I find myself listening for tapping sounds when walking through quiet neighborhoods. I notice how shadows sometimes move independently of their casting objects, how spaces between trees sometimes seem deeper than physical dimensions would allow. The world has not changed. What has changed is my perception of it, my awareness of layers and territories and presences that had always existed beyond my notice. It's as though I now wear glasses that reveal an additional spectrum, allowing me to glimpse the mechanisms behind the facade of ordinary reality. Bella knows. She has always known. When she stares into seemingly empty corners of our home, when she growls at shadows that look unremarkable to human eyes, when she positions herself between us and perceived threats we cannot detect, she is acknowledging the truth we have only recently discovered, that we share this world with entities beyond our comprehension, that boundaries exist which we cross at our peril. Last night, I dreamed of the clearing with its massive stump. In the dream, I stood alone at the edge of that space, watching as the shadows gathered around the ancient wood. They moved with purpose, conducting some ceremony I could neither comprehend nor describe. And though I remained undetected in my dreaming state, I understood with perfect clarity that I was witnessing something humans were never meant to see. I woke with tears on my face, though I couldn't articulate why I had been crying. Beside me, Josephine slept restlessly, murmuring words in a language I didn't recognize. At the window, Bella stood rigid, her silhouette stark against the night sky, a guardian against forces she understood better than her human companions ever could. We will never return to Cascade Falls. We will warn others away with vague references to difficult terrain or dangerous wildlife. We will carry our knowledge like a secret burden, too outlandish to share yet too significant to forget. But sometimes, in quiet moments when the house is still and the boundary between our yard and the woodland seems particularly thin, I find myself wondering if our experience was unique, or if others have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. If so, they keep their silence as we do, understanding that some knowledge is better left unshared. The forest remembers, the forest watches, and we, having briefly trespassed in domains not our own, live with the awareness that we are permitted to exist within boundaries we did not establish and do not control. This is our reality now, and no amount of rational explanation can restore the comfortable ignorance we once enjoyed. The radio crackled to life, static buzzing through the small cabin before the dispatcher's voice cut through. Base to Outpost 17, we've got reports of hikers missing near Black Ridge Trail. 3 individuals. Last contact approximately 6 hours ago. Over. I pulled myself from the edge of sleep, fumbling for the handset. Another search and rescue operation in the making. After 15 years as a park ranger in Cascade National Forest, these calls still sent the same rush of adrenaline through my veins. Outpost 17 to base, copy that. I'll head out immediately. Coordinates? The dispatcher rattled off the location, deep in the northwestern sector, dangerously close to what we rangers privately called the dead zone. Not because of cell reception, though that was certainly non-existent out there. No, the nickname stemmed from something else entirely, the unusually high number of disappearances that occurred within its boundaries. Hikers who vanished without a trace, experienced outdoorsmen who seemed to evaporate into the thick forest canopy. As I gathered my gear, I caught a glimpse of my weathered face in the small mirror above my sink. The lines around my eyes had deepened over the years, carved there by harsh winters and scorching summers alike. The forest had marked me as surely as I had marked my trails through it. Outside, darkness was setting in, Most search operations wouldn't start until dawn, but these hikers were in the dead zone. If I waited until morning, experience told me we'd find nothing but abandoned gear, if that. I shouldered my pack and checked my rifle. Not standard issue for park rangers, but those of us stationed at the remote outposts were granted certain exceptions. The wilderness didn't play by human rules, and neither did its dangers. As I stepped out into the cool night air, the trees seemed to whisper around me. Most people think forests are silent at night. They're wrong. The darkness amplifies every sound, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. 15 years in these woods, and I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was always watching. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness as I made my way toward my truck. The beam caught something at the edge of the clearing. A reflection, perhaps, or a trick of the light. I swung the beam back, but there was nothing there. Just shadows playing among the pines. I climbed into my truck and headed out, the narrow service road winding deeper into the heart of the forest. The radio occasionally sputtered with updates, but mostly it was just me and the rumble of the engine, and the memories. 5 years ago, I'd found a book in the cabin when I was first stationed there, The Whispering Forest by Theodore Blackwood, a horror novel about a forest ranger who encounters something ancient and terrible in the woods. I'd laughed it off then, filed it under campy horror in my mind, and shelved it beside the field guides and wilderness survival manuals. But after what I'd seen in these woods, I wasn't laughing anymore. The truck's headlights caught something on the road ahead. A dark shape that moved with uncanny speed across the path before disappearing into the underbrush. Too large for a coyote, too fast for a bear. I slowed the truck, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just your imagination, I muttered to myself, accelerating again. Focus on the hikers. But as I drove deeper into the forest, toward the dead zone and whatever awaited me there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being herded, like prey. The missing hikers would need to be found quickly. Night temperatures were dropping, and hypothermia was a real danger. That is, if hypothermia was the only danger they faced out here in the darkness. I turned onto the barely visible trailhead that would take me toward their last known location, the truck bouncing over exposed roots and rocks. Whatever was out there in the shadows, I was heading straight for it. Dawn broke over the forest with reluctant fingers of light that barely penetrated the dense canopy. I'd made camp at the edge of the Black Ridge Trail after the terrain became too rough for the truck. Sleep had been fitful at best. The forest has a way of keeping you alert even when exhaustion begs otherwise. I'd been a ranger long enough to know the drill for finding lost hikers, search for signs of disturbance, call out at regular intervals, listen for responses. But in the dead zone, standard procedures often proved useless. People didn't just get lost here, they vanished. "Hello, Park Service," I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. The only response was the startled flutter of wings as a group of ravens took flight. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, I documented everything with methodical precision. 3 sets of boot prints heading northeast, following the trail before veering off unexpectedly near a large rock formation. A discarded water bottle, still half full. A torn piece of red fabric snagged on a thorny bush. The trail of evidence led me to a small clearing I'd never encountered before, despite my extensive knowledge of this section of forest. In the center stood what appeared to be a crude structure of branches and stones arranged in a pattern that was distinctly unnatural. My radio crackled to life suddenly, making me jump. "Repeat, Outpost 17, do you copy? Over." I grabbed the handset. "This is Outpost 17, go ahead, base. We've got additional information on your missing hikers. Turns out they were heading into the area to investigate local folklore. Something about the Cascade Strider, or some such nonsense." Over. The Cascade Strider. My blood ran cold. It was one of many local names for the creature that allegedly haunted these woods. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Wild Man, every region had its own version of the myth, except I wasn't sure it was just a myth anymore. "Copy that, base. Any other information I should know? Over." "Negative. Just find these idiots before they become statistics. Base out." I clipped the radio back to my belt, surveying the clearing again. The structure in the center resembled something I'd seen once before, in a photograph attached to a report filed by a ranger who'd gone missing 10 years ago. His last documented discovery before he vanished without a trace. The report had been quietly buried by administration. Too fantastical, they said. The ranger must have suffered a psychological break from the isolation. But I'd seen the photos. I'd read his meticulous notes. And now I was standing in front of the same kind of structure. I approached cautiously, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. The arrangement was deliberate. Branches woven together in complex patterns, stones placed at specific intervals. Not the work of hikers or campers, not the random debris of nature. Something pressed beneath my boot as I circled the structure. Looking down, I saw a smartphone in a camouflage case. One of the missing hikers, no doubt. I picked it up, hoping it might contain clues, but the battery was dead. A sound caught my attention. A low, resonant thump that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like a massive heartbeat pulsing through the earth itself. Thump. I held my breath, listening. Thump. The sound was moving, circling the clearing. I reached slowly for my rifle, scanning the dense wall of trees surrounding me. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, no rustling of leaves despite the gentle breeze I could feel on my face. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm increased, like something approaching at a run. I raised my rifle, aiming at the tree line where the sound seemed loudest. "Park Service," I shouted. "Identify yourself." The sound stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the ominous thumping. Then I saw it, a shadow moving between the trees, massive, upright, moving with a fluid grace that no bear or known predator could manage. Just for a moment, silhouetted against the lighter backdrop of distant foliage. Then it was gone. I stood frozen, rifle still raised, heartbeat thundering in my ears. Part of me, the rational, trained, professional part, tried to categorize what I'd seen. A bear standing on hind legs? An elaborate hoax perpetrated by the missing hikers? But deep down, I knew better. Whatever I'd glimpsed was something science had no name for. Something that had been hunting these woods long before humans claimed them as protected land. And now it was hunting me. I followed the tracks deeper into the forest, each step taking me further from any semblance of safety. The day was waning, shadows lengthening across the forest floor like grasping fingers. In a few hours, darkness would reclaim these woods, and I'd be alone with whatever lurked among the trees. The missing hiker's trail had become increasingly erratic, signs of running, of panic. Dropped gear suggested they'd fled in terror, abandoning anything that slowed them down. I collected what I could, a high-end DSLR camera, a journal filled with notes about Bigfoot sightings, a digital voice recorder. I played the recorder as I walked, listening to the excited voices of 3 young people embarking on what they called their Sasquatch safari. Their enthusiasm reminded me of a Reddit thread I'd once stumbled across titled, "I'm a park ranger and we're not allowed to talk about the staircases in the woods." The thread had detailed strange phenomena in national parks across the country. Phenomena officially denied by park services, but whispered about by rangers around campfires. The recording continued, documenting their journey until the tone suddenly shifted. "Did you hear that?" a female voice whispered. Rustling, then silence. Then, "Jesus Christ, it's huge! Run, Roo!" The recording cut off in a burst of static. I stopped the playback, a chill running through me despite the warm afternoon. Looking up, I realized I'd wandered into a part of the forest I didn't recognize. The trees here were older, massive trunks stretching skyward, canopies blocking out most of the sunlight. The undergrowth was sparse, the forest floor covered in a thick carpet of moss that muffled my footsteps. And then I saw them, the structures. Dozens of them similar to the one I'd found in the clearing, but larger, more complex. They formed a rough circle around a central space where the moss had been cleared away, revealing bare earth. This was no random arrangement. This was deliberate, territorial, a warning. I should have turned back, called for backup. But the thought of the missing hikers pushed me forward. If they'd stumbled across this place, they would have been trespassing on something ancient and territorial, something that might still have them. In the center of the clearing, pressed into the bare earth, was a massive footprint, at least 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. too large for any known primate, too detailed to be fake. I photographed it methodically, placing my own boot beside it for scale. My size 12 hiking boot looked childlike in comparison. As I knelt there, studying the print, a realization slowly dawned on me. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no insects, nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. I rose slowly, scanning the tree line, and that's when I saw them, the hikers, or what was left of them. 3 backpacks neatly arranged at the base of the largest tree at the edge of the clearing. Beneath them, 3 pairs of hiking boots, each containing the severed feet of their owners. My stomach lurched. In 15 years as a ranger, I'd seen my share of tragedies. Hikers who'd fallen to their deaths, campers mauled by bears, climbers frozen on mountainsides. But this was different. This was deliberate, ritualistic. I keyed my radio, hand trembling. Outpost 17 to base. I've found evidence of the missing hikers. Sending coordinates. Request immediate backup and medical examiner. Over. Only static answered me. I tried again, switching channels, checking the battery. Nothing. The radio was working, but no signal was getting through, almost as if something was blocking it. A branch snapped behind me, a sound so ordinary yet so terrifying in that moment that I nearly dropped the radio. I spun around, rifle raised, to find myself staring at a wall of fur and muscle that hadn't been there seconds before. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its broad shoulders nearly spanning the width of 2 men. The body was covered in thick, dark hair, but the face, God, the face, almost human, but not quite. Eyes that reflected intelligence and ancient rage in equal measure. We stared at each other, predator and prey, though in that moment I wasn't sure which was which. It could have killed me instantly. Instead, it studied me with an intensity that felt like it was looking straight through to my soul. Then it spoke, not in words, but in a series of deep guttural vocalizations that resonated through my chest. I'd heard recordings of supposed Bigfoot calls before, but this was different. This had structure, cadence, intent. It was communicating. And somehow, on some primal level I couldn't explain, I understood. It was telling me to leave, to take the evidence of the hiker's fate as a warning and never return to this place. I backed away slowly, rifle still raised, but knowing it would be useless against this creature. With each step I took toward the edge of the clearing, it remained motionless, watching. Only when I reached the tree line did it move, sinking into a crouch that somehow made it seem even more threatening. I turned and ran, the sound of my panicked flight echoing through the silent forest. Behind me came that rhythmic thumping again. Thump, 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 keeping pace but never closing the distance, herding me out of its territory. As I crashed through the undergrowth, blind with terror, one thought kept repeating in my mind. I wasn't the hunter here. I never had been. When I finally made it back to my truck, darkness had fully enveloped the forest. I sat behind the wheel, hands shaking too badly to insert the key into the ignition. The radio bursting to life nearly sent me through the roof. Base to Outpost 17, please respond. We've lost contact for over 4 hours. Do you copy? Over. I grabbed the handset. This is Outpost 17, I said, my voice hoarse. I'm heading back to base. The hikers are dead. Over. Say again, Outpost 17. You found the hikers. Over. Affirmative. They're dead. I'll report in person. Over and out. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd seen over the radio. They wouldn't believe me anyway. Just like they hadn't believed the ranger who disappeared 10 years ago. The drive back to my cabin was a blur. Every shadow in the headlights seemed to move. Every dark patch between the trees concealed watching eyes. By the time I pulled up to my outpost, exhaustion had overtaken fear, leaving me numb. I should have reported immediately to headquarters, but I needed time. Time to process what I'd seen. Time to decide what to tell them. Inside my cabin, I emptied my pockets of the evidence I'd collected. The smartphone, the voice recorder, my own photographs of the footprint, the strange structures. I played the voice recorder again, listening for any sounds in the background that might corroborate what I'd seen. Then I noticed the camera, the high-end DSLR I'd recovered from the hiker's abandoned gear. With trembling fingers, I turned it on and navigated to the photo gallery. The first dozen photos were what you'd expect. Scenic forest shots, the 3 hikers posing at trailheads, close-ups of interesting fungi or plants. Then came the clearing with the structures. The hikers had found it too, documented it from every angle. And then, in the final series of photos, I found it. A blur of movement captured at the edge of the frame. I enlarged the image, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't clear, a smudge of dark against the greens and browns of the forest. But the outline was unmistakable. A massive upright figure moving between the trees. I sat back in my chair, staring at the photo. Proof. Not conclusive, not clear enough to convince the skeptics, but proof nonetheless. My gaze drifted to the bookshelf where Theodore Blackwood's novel sat gathering dust. I pulled it down, flipping through the yellowed pages until I found the passage I remembered. The indigenous peoples called it the guardian of the deep woods, a being neither man nor beast but something ancient that had watched our species climb down from the trees and learn to use tools. It tolerated our presence until we began to destroy its home, cut down its forests, pollute its streams. Then it fought back, not with our weapons of steel and gunpowder, but with fear. It became the shadow in the corner of your eye, the reason your ancestors feared the dark. It became legend, myth, folklore, hiding in plain sight as a story too absurd for modern minds to believe. A chill ran through me as I read those words. Blackwood hadn't been writing fiction. He'd been documenting truth in the only form people would accept it. Something moved outside my window, a shadow passing across the glass too quickly to identify. I froze, listening to the night sounds of the forest. Was that rhythmic thumping just my imagination, or was it drawing closer to my cabin? The radio crackled again. Base to Outpost 17. Search and recovery team is assembled and ready to move at first light. Please confirm coordinates for the hikers' location. Over. I stared at the handset, knowing what I had to do. I couldn't send them in there unprepared, not knowing what waited in those woods. Outpost 17 to base. Be advised the situation is... I paused, searching for words that wouldn't make me sound insane. The situation is more complex than initially reported. Request permission to brief the team in person before deployment. Over. Copy that. Outpost 17. Permission granted. Report to headquarters at 0600. Base out. I set the radio down and returned to the window, peering out into the darkness. The forest seemed to press against the glass, the thin walls of my cabin suddenly feeling like inadequate protection. What would I tell them? How could I make them understand what was out there without sounding like I'd lost my mind? And if they did believe me, what then? A hunting party sent to kill something that had likely lived in these woods for centuries? The thought made me sick. Whatever the creature was, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the guardian of the deep woods, it wasn't the mindless beast of campfire stories. It had intelligence, language, purpose. It had killed the hikers, yes, but they had trespassed into its domain, armed with cameras and recorders, intent on exposing its existence to the world. Wasn't that what I was planning to do now? Outside, a branch snapped, close, too close to be coincidence. It was here, watching my cabin, watching me. I made my decision then. Gathering the evidence, the photos, the recorder, the camera, I placed it all in a metal trash can outside the cabin's back door. With shaking hands, I struck a match and dropped it in, watching as the flames consumed the only proof of what I'd witnessed. When nothing remained but ashes, I whispered into the darkness, I understand. Your secret is safe. From the edge of the forest came a soft, acknowledging grunt. Then silence. Morning arrived with a heavy mist that clung to the trees, transforming the forest into a ghostly landscape of shifting shadows. I hadn't slept, spending the night alternating between watching the tree line and questioning my own sanity. Had I really destroyed evidence in some misguided attempt to protect a creature that had killed 3 people? Or was I protecting something else? Something older and more important than any single human life? I rehearsed my story as I drove to headquarters. The hikers had ventured off trail, likely fallen victims to exposure and wildlife. I'd found signs of bear activity near their abandoned gear. No, I hadn't found bodies, just evidence suggesting they couldn't have survived. It was the kind of report that would be accepted without too many questions. Missing hikers in national parks weren't uncommon. and Cascade had its share of tragedies. The case would remain open but inactive, filed away with the others that had no resolution. But as I pulled into the headquarters parking lot, something stopped me. The memory of those structures in the clearing, the intelligent eyes of the creature, the ritualistic arrangement of the hiker's remains. This wasn't just another wilderness accident. This was communication, a warning that needed to be heeded. Inside, the search and recovery team was already assembled. 6 rangers, 2 with tracking dogs, all equipped for a multi-day operation. Chief Ranger Martinez nodded as I entered, her expression grim. "Bishop," she acknowledged, "I understand you have information about our missing hikers?" All eyes turned to me. This was the moment. Lie and send these people into danger, or tell the truth and face the consequences. "They're dead," I said flatly, "and we need to close Black Ridge Trail, permanently." Martinez's eyebrows shot up. "That's a serious request, Bishop. I'm going to need more than your word." "I know what killed them," I continued, my voice steady despite the hammering of my heart. "The same thing that's responsible for every disappearance in the dead zone for the past 50 years. The room went silent. Some of the younger rangers exchanged skeptical glances, but the veterans, those who had worked these woods as long as I had, their expressions remained carefully neutral. "You're talking about the Cascade Strider," Martinez said, not a question, but a statement. "I'm talking about something that lives in these woods and considers a portion of them its territory," I replied. "Something intelligent enough to communicate warnings and enforce boundaries." "You've seen it?" one of the younger rangers asked, disbelief evident in his tone. I met his gaze steadily. "Yes." Martinez dismissed the search team, asking them to wait outside. When the door closed behind them, she turned to me. "Sit down, Bishop. Tell me everything, and I mean everything." So I did. The structures, the footprint, the creature itself. The way it had herded me out of its territory rather than killing me outright. The evidence I'd found and subsequently destroyed. When I finished, Martinez was silent for a long moment, studying me with unreadable eyes. "You know how this sounds," she finally said. "I do." "And you destroyed the only evidence that might have supported your story." "I did." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "Why? Why protect something that killed 3 people?" "Because they trespassed," I said simply. "They went looking for it, deliberately invaded its space, tried to expose its existence. It was defending its home. That's not how the families of those hikers will see it." "No," I agreed. "It's not." Martinez stood and paced to the window, looking out at the forest that stretched to the horizon. "You know there's a file," she said quietly. "Incidents dating back to the 1970s, rangers who reported similar encounters. Most transferred out afterward, some quit. A few disappeared." My breath caught. "You've known all along." She turned back to me. "I've suspected. There's a difference." She paused. "The thing is, Bishop, every year we get millions of visitors to this forest. Families, researchers, adventurers. Are you suggesting we close off entire sections because something might be living there that doesn't want to be disturbed?" "Yes," I said without hesitation. "That's exactly what I'm suggesting." "Based on what? A story about a monster in the woods?" "I need more than that, Bishop. I need something I can take to the Department of the Interior." I had nothing to offer her. No photos, no recordings, nothing but my word. And yet I knew what I'd seen, what those hikers had found. What had happened to them could happen again. "The indigenous peoples who lived here long before this became a national park had stories," I said slowly. "Stories about territories that belonged to the spirit of the forest, places humans were forbidden to enter. They respected those boundaries for generations. And you think we should do the same based on legends?" "I think those legends existed for a reason," I countered. "I think they were warnings, passed down through generations to keep people safe, and I think we've forgotten how to listen." Martinez was quiet for a long time. Finally, she nodded. "I'll recommend seasonal closures for the Black Ridge Trail and surrounding areas. Wildlife management study. It's the best I can do without evidence." It wasn't enough, but it was something. Thank you. As I left headquarters, the search team was still waiting, looking at me expectantly. Martinez would give them a sanitized version of events, I knew. A story of hikers who had ventured where they shouldn't have, met with tragedy, with no bodies to recover. Some would believe it. Others would whisper around campfires about the Cascade Strider, adding to the mythology. A few might even venture into the dead zone, seeking the truth for themselves. And some of them wouldn't return. 5 years have passed since my encounter in the woods. I still serve as a ranger at Outpost 17, though I rarely venture near the dead zone these days. True to her word, Chief Martinez implemented seasonal closures for Black Ridge Trail, citing ecological studies and wildlife management. The families of the missing hikers eventually received closure of a sort, a formal declaration of death, though without bodies to bury. Their disappearance became another statistic, another tale of wilderness claiming those who underestimated its dangers. But I know the truth. Sometimes, on still nights when the forest seems to hold its breath, I hear that rhythmic thumping in the distance, thump, 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 like a heartbeat pulsing through the trees. A reminder that I am not alone in these woods, that I never have been. I've come to understand something in these 5 years. The creature, the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot, whatever name humans have given it throughout the centuries, isn't the intruder here. We are. Its kind has lived in these forests for thousands, perhaps millions of years before the first human ever set foot in North America. They've watched us cut down ancient trees, dam rivers, build roads through pristine wilderness. They've retreated further and further into the diminishing wild places, establishing territories that grow smaller with each passing decade. Is it any wonder they defend what little remains? Not long after my encounter, I found a package on my doorstep. No postmark, no return address. Inside was a manuscript titled Guardians of the Ancient Forest, Truth Behind the Myth. The author's name was listed simply as a former ranger. The manuscript detailed encounters spanning decades across national parks throughout North America. The descriptions matched my experience with uncanny precision. The structures, the territorial behavior, the intelligence behind those searching eyes. According to the manuscript, there aren't many of them left. Perhaps a few hundred scattered across the most remote wilderness areas of the continent. They avoid humans when possible, defend their territories when necessary, and only attack when provoked or threatened. They are, in essence, the last guardians of truly wild places. I keep the manuscript locked in my desk drawer, alongside Theodore Blackwood's novel and a small leather pouch I found hanging from a branch outside my cabin one morning. Inside the pouch was a single massive tooth, unmistakably primate, but larger than any known species. A gift? A warning? I'm still not sure. What I am sure of is that the forest holds secrets modern humans have forgotten how to hear. Our ancestors knew better. They created stories and legends to encode warnings about places we shouldn't go, beings we shouldn't disturb. They understood something we've lost in our rush to catalog, classify, and control the natural world. Some mysteries are meant to remain mysteries. Last month, a new ranger was assigned to the outpost nearest Black Ridge Trail. Young, eager, full of modern wildlife management theories and technological solutions. He asked me about the seasonal closures, about the dead zone, about the stories he'd heard from other rangers. I told him what I tell all newcomers: respect the boundaries. Some parts of the forest aren't meant for humans. Some territories belong to creatures older and wiser than us. Most laugh it off as the superstitions of an old ranger who spent too many years alone in the woods. Some listen politely, but dismiss the warning once out of earshot. A few, the ones who've spent enough time in true wilderness to sense and for 7 years I served as a park ranger in one of America's most remote wilderness areas. I won't specify they're the ones who might survive a career, not because I'm trying to be mysterious tonight, but because I don't want to lose my little pension I managed to secure after leaving the service. I can feel less than ideal from the tree line. What I'm about to share with you happened between 2016 and 2023, during some of the most terrifying years of my life. Centuries. I was 24.
I raised my
when
coffee
first
mug
put
in
on
a
that
silent
olive
toast
green
to the
uniform,
shadows among
fresh
the
out of
pines.
college, with a degree
An
in
acknowledgment
environmental
between
science
two
and
species
stars
sharing
in my
the
eyes
small
about
corner
protecting
of the
America's
world.
natural heritage.
One ancient and dwindling.
I thought I
one
knew
young
what
and
danger looked
expanding,
like in the wilderness,
both bound by the same
bears,
primeval forest.
mountain lions,
In the distance,
sudden
that
weather
familiar
changes,
sound.
maybe the
Thump,
occasional lost
thump,
hiker or poacher.
thump. Good
I was
hunting.
prepared for
I
nature's
whispered to the
documented
darkness.
threats,
And
the ones
somewhere in
they
the
teach you
forest,
about in
something
training
answered.
courses and orientation videos. I wasn't prepared for the things that exist in the spaces between what we understand and what we refuse to acknowledge. The woods I patrolled covered over 200,000 acres of dense forest, winding trails and terrain so remote that cell service was a luxury found only at the main station. Most days, you'd be alone for hours, sometimes entire shifts, with nothing but your radio and whatever equipment you could carry. The isolation was part of what drew me to the job initially. I'd always been more comfortable with trees than people, more at peace listening to wind through branches than the constant noise of city life. During my first month on the job, I noticed things that seemed off, but explainable. Sounds that didn't quite match the animals that supposedly made them. Tracks that led nowhere or stopped abruptly without any logical reason. Areas where the temperature would drop 20 degrees in a matter of steps, leaving you shivering in what should have been warm afternoon sunlight. The other rangers would exchange glances when these topics came up, but nobody ever offered explanations. "You'll learn," was the most common response I got to my questions. "Give it time." I thought they were referring to experience, to developing the instincts that come with years of working in the wilderness. I thought they meant I'd learn to identify the subtle differences between a mountain lion's call and a fox's scream, or that I'd develop the ability to read weather patterns and animal behavior with the precision that comes from daily observation. I had no idea they meant I'd learn that there are things in those woods that shouldn't exist, things that have been there longer than any human presence, watching and waiting, and occasionally revealing themselves to those unlucky enough to stumble into their domain. The first sign that my new career would be anything but ordinary came during my third week on the job. I was partnered with Rodriguez, a 15-year veteran who'd been assigned to show me the ropes on the more remote trails. We'd been walking for about 2 hours when we came across a campsite that hadn't been there the day before. Rodriguez swore he'd walked this exact path less than 24 hours earlier. The campsite itself wasn't unusual. A small tent, a fire ring with cold ashes, some scattered gear. What made it strange was the absolute silence that surrounded it. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the leaves overhead. The air felt thick, almost solid, like walking through invisible molasses. Rodriguez stopped about 30 feet from the tent and held up his hand for me to do the same. "Something's wrong," he whispered, though in that unnatural quiet his voice seemed to carry for miles. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, watching the tent for any sign of movement. Finally, Rodriguez called out in his official ranger voice, announcing our presence and asking if anyone needed assistance. No response. He tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Standard protocol required us to investigate, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to walk away. The longer we stood there, the more wrong everything felt. The tent wasn't moving in what should have been a light breeze. The fire ring showed signs of recent use, but there was no smell of smoke in the air. Most unsettling of all, I couldn't see our footprints in the soft dirt behind us, though I clearly remembered the effort it had taken to walk through the loose soil. Rodriguez made the decision to approach, and I followed, though every step felt like moving through increasingly thick air. When we reached the tent, he called out one more time before unzipping the entrance flap. The tent was empty. Not just empty, it was pristine. No sleeping bag, no personal items, no sign that anyone had ever used it. The inside looked like it had just come off a showroom floor, complete with that chemical smell of new synthetic materials. But the tent itself showed signs of weather wear on the outside, faded colors, and small tears that suggested months or years of use. We spent another 20 minutes searching the immediate area, looking for any sign of where the camper might have gone. We found nothing, no footprints leading away from the site, no abandoned gear hidden in the surrounding brush, no indication that anyone had ever been there except for the tent itself. When we returned to the station that evening, Rodriguez filed a report about an abandoned campsite and noted its GPS coordinates for follow-up. But during the entire walk back, He'd been unusually quiet, and I caught him looking over his shoulder more than once. That night, I asked him directly what he thought had happened. "Some questions don't have answers you want to hear," he told me, "and some answers don't help you sleep better at night." The next morning, we returned to the site to remove the abandoned tent. The entire area was empty. No tent, no fire ring, no sign that anything had ever been there. The ground was covered with undisturbed leaf litter that looked like it had been accumulating for years. Rodriguez took GPS readings 3 times to make sure we were in the right location. We were. That was my first real lesson in what the job would actually entail. Not just protecting visitors from the known dangers of the wilderness, but learning to navigate around the unknown dangers that had no explanation and no solution. Rodriguez never spoke about what happened that day, but I noticed he always chose different routes when we patrolled that area in the future. I should have paid more attention to his example. The incident that truly opened my eyes to the reality of what lurked in those woods happened 6 weeks into my employment. It was late September 2016, and the autumn colors were just beginning to paint the landscape in shades of red and gold. I was still considered a junior ranger, which meant I was rarely sent out alone on anything more complex than routine trail maintenance or basic visitor assistance calls. When the call came in about screaming sounds coming from the deep forest, I was expecting to spend my afternoon tracking down a mountain lion or possibly a fox caught in a trap. These calls were routine. Animals in distress often produce sounds that can be mistaken for human voices, and we'd typically locate the source, assess the situation, and either provide assistance or determine that nature should be allowed to take its course. What made this call unusual was Chief Warren's decision to accompany me. Warren had been running the park for over 20 years, and in my short time there, I'd never seen him participate in routine wildlife calls. He was a man in his late 50s with gray hair and the kind of weathered face that comes from decades of outdoor work, but his eyes held a sharpness that suggested he'd seen things that went far beyond standard park management. "Mind if I tag along?" he asked when I was preparing to head out. "Been behind a desk too much lately. Could use the exercise." I was flattered. Having the chief take interest in my work felt like a sign that I was making a good impression. We set off together, making casual conversation about my adjustment to the job and my impressions of the park. Warren was easy to talk to, and I found myself relaxing despite the strange nature of his involvement in such a routine call. The screaming sounds we'd been called to investigate were coming from about 2 miles north of the main trail system, in an area where few visitors ventured due to the difficult terrain and lack of marked paths. As we walked, I could hear the sounds in the distance, high-pitched wails that did indeed sound like an animal in distress, though something about the rhythm and tone seemed off in a way I couldn't quite identify. "Sounds like a mountain lion," I said, trying to demonstrate my developing knowledge of local wildlife. Warren nodded but didn't respond immediately. When he did speak, his tone had shifted from casual to serious. "You know, Jordan, one thing you'll learn in this job is to take every call seriously, no matter how routine it seems. You never know what you're going to find out here." At the time, I thought he was giving me general advice about being thorough and professional. I had no way of knowing he was preparing me for what we were about to encounter. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when the screaming sounds suddenly stopped. Not gradually, not fading into the distance. They simply ceased as if someone had thrown a switch. The silence that followed was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of the screaming. It was the absence of everything. No bird songs, no insect buzz, no rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have died completely, leaving the trees motionless against the gray sky. I stopped walking and listened, straining to hear anything that might indicate what had happened to the animal we'd been tracking. Warren stopped as well, but his posture had changed. Where moments before he'd been walking casually, hands swinging freely at his sides, now he stood rigid, alert, his head tilted slightly, as if listening for something specific. "Chief?" I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I felt the need to whisper. He held up one hand, gesturing for silence, his eyes scanning the tree line around us with an intensity that made my stomach tighten with sudden anxiety. The silence stretched on, becoming more oppressive with each passing second. I began to wonder if something had happened to my hearing. The complete absence of sound was so absolute that it felt unnatural, wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. Then the buzzing started. It began as a low vibration, barely perceptible, like the distant hum of electrical equipment. But it grew rapidly in intensity, until I could feel it resonating through my entire body. My teeth began to ache, and I had to clench my jaw to keep them from chattering. The vibration seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding us and penetrating us, until I felt like my bones were going to shake apart. My vision began to blur, and I rubbed my eyes, thinking something had gotten into them. But the blurring wasn't from debris. The entire world seemed to be vibrating, creating a disorienting effect that made it difficult to focus on anything. I looked at Warren and saw that he was experiencing the same thing, but his expression showed no surprise, only a grim determination that suggested he'd encountered this phenomenon before. The buzzing intensified until it reached a level that was physically painful. I wanted to cover my ears, but I found that the sound wasn't just auditory. It was coming from inside my head, resonating through my skull in a way that made me feel nauseous and disoriented. I was beginning to panic, wondering if we were experiencing some kind of seismic event or electrical storm, when I saw movement in the tree line ahead of us. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the eye caused by the visual distortion from the buzzing. But as I watched, the shadow separated itself from the darkness between the trees and stepped into the small clearing where we stood. The figure was tall, at least 7 feet, and completely black, not just dark-clothed, but black in a way that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. It moved with a fluid grace that was somehow wrong, as if its joints bent in directions that human joints shouldn't bend. As it emerged fully from the tree line, it paused and seemed to survey us with an intelligence that was both alien and malevolent. Then it opened what I assumed was its mouth and released the same screaming sound we'd been tracking, but amplified to a volume that made my ears ring and my vision blur even more severely. The sound was coming from this thing, but it was also still coming from inside my head, creating a double effect that was overwhelming and terrifying. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. My legs were tensed, my heart was pounding, and I could feel adrenaline flooding my system in preparation for flight. But before I could move, Warren's hand clamped down on my arm with surprising strength, his fingers digging into my bicep hard enough to leave bruises. Without taking his eyes off the figure, he leaned close to my ear and spoke in a voice so calm it was almost conversational. "Don't run. Don't talk. Don't look back. Just keep walking." The absolute composure in his voice was more unsettling than the creature itself. This wasn't a man facing the unknown. This was a man following a protocol he'd learned through experience. Warren knew what this thing was, or at least how to handle an encounter with it, and that knowledge was somehow more terrifying than ignorance would have been. The creature had stopped screaming and was now moving toward us in a way that defied easy description. It wasn't walking or running. It was flowing across the ground like liquid shadow, covering distance with a speed that should have been impossible for something moving on what appeared to be legs. But despite its rapid approach, Warren began walking away at a normal pace, his hand still gripping my arm, guiding me along beside him. Every fiber of my being wanted to break free from his grip and run as fast as I could. The thing was gaining on us, and Warren's casual walking pace seemed like suicide. But something in his demeanor convinced me to trust his judgment, even though I couldn't understand the logic behind it. The walk back to the main trail was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I could hear the creature following us, sometimes close enough that I could feel its presence like a cold pressure against my back, sometimes far enough away that I could almost convince myself it had lost interest. But Warren never altered his pace, never looked back, never showed any sign of the terror that was coursing through my veins. The buzzing in my head continued throughout the entire retreat, varying in intensity but never completely disappearing. My vision remained blurred, and I had to trust Warren's guidance to keep from stumbling over roots and rocks. Several times I felt something brush against the back of my neck, light touches that could have been wind or branches but felt deliberately placed. Finally, gradually, the normal sounds of the forest began to return. Bird songs filtered back into the air, insects resumed their buzzing, and a light breeze stirred the leaves overhead. The oppressive silence that had marked the creature's presence was lifting, and with it, The vibration in my skull began to fade. When we reached the main trail, Warren finally released my arm and continued walking without speaking. I stopped and turned around, looking back toward the area we'd left, but saw nothing unusual. The forest looked normal, peaceful even, giving no indication of what we'd just encountered. Warren continued walking toward the main station as if nothing had happened, his pace steady and his expression neutral. I stood on the trail for several seconds, staring back into the woods and trying to process what I'd just experienced. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat cooling on my forehead despite the mild autumn temperature. When I finally caught up with Warren, I was full of questions that came pouring out in a rush of confused words and half-formed sentences. What was that thing? Had he seen it before? Was it some kind of animal? Should we report it? Were there others? Warren let me exhaust myself with questions before responding. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of years of experience with things that had no easy explanations. "There are things in these woods that have been here longer than us," he said, not slowing his pace or looking at me as he spoke. "Things we can't explain or get rid of. If you don't think you can handle that, you should pack your bags now." The casual way he delivered this information was almost as disturbing as the encounter itself. He wasn't speaking like a man who'd just faced something extraordinary. He was speaking like someone discussing routine occupational hazards. The implication was clear. Encounters like this were part of the job, and I needed to decide whether I could handle them or find other employment. That night, I lay in my small apartment trying to make sense of what had happened. I considered the possibility that I'd hallucinated the entire experience, that stress or fatigue or some unknown medical condition had caused me to see things that weren't there. But Warren's behavior suggested that whatever I'd experienced was real and familiar to him. I spent hours online searching for any information about similar encounters in national parks or wilderness areas. I found scattered reports of strange sightings, unexplained phenomena, and encounters with things that didn't fit any known category of wildlife. But the official responses to these reports were always the same: misidentification of known animals, optical illusions caused by weather conditions, or psychological effects of isolation and stress. The more I read, the more I understood why Warren and the other experienced rangers never talked openly about what they'd seen. Who would believe them? And what purpose would it serve to frighten people away from areas they were charged with protecting? The job required a certain level of secrecy, an acceptance that some aspects of wilderness management couldn't be found in any manual or training program. Over the following weeks, I noticed changes in how the other rangers treated me. Nothing dramatic, just small signs that I'd crossed some threshold from outsider to insider. Rodriguez no longer changed the subject when conversations touched on unusual incidents. Martinez, a ranger with over a decade of experience, began sharing stories about sounds she'd heard and things she'd seen that couldn't be explained through conventional wildlife knowledge. I learned that every ranger in the park had encountered something that challenged their understanding of what was supposed to exist in those woods. Some had seen figures moving through the trees at impossible speeds. Others had heard voices calling their names from empty clearings. Several described finding tracks that led nowhere, or campsites that appeared and disappeared without explanation. The unspoken rule was that these experiences weren't discussed with visitors, new employees, or anyone outside the ranger service. They were acknowledged among the experienced staff, but only in vague terms and only when necessary for safety purposes. Warren's direct statement to me had been unusually explicit, but then again I'd been present during an encounter rather than just hearing about one secondhand. I decided to stay. The decision wasn't based on bravery or curiosity. It was based on a growing understanding that this job involved protecting people from dangers they didn't know existed. If there were things in those woods that posed threats to visitors, then someone needed to be there who understood those threats and knew how to respond to them. Running away would have been the easier choice, but it wouldn't have been the right choice. Warren never directly acknowledged my decision to remain, but I noticed that he began including me in more complex assignments and trusting me with information that wasn't shared with newer rangers. I was gradually inducted into the informal network of people who knew what really went on in the deep woods and who worked together to manage threats that couldn't be addressed through official channels. The work was challenging in ways I'd never anticipated. Beyond the normal responsibilities of trail maintenance, visitor assistance, and wildlife management, there was an additional layer of vigilance required. We had to watch for signs of unusual activity, respond to reports that might involve more than conventional wildlife, and make judgment calls about when to prevent visitors from entering certain areas. Sometimes this meant closing trails due to maintenance issues, when the real reason was that something had been seen or heard in the area that posed an undefined but potentially serious threat. Sometimes it meant accompanying search and rescue operations, not just to help find lost hikers, but to ensure that the searchers themselves didn't encounter anything they weren't prepared to handle. The psychological toll was significant. Constantly being alert for dangers that you couldn't fully understand or explain created a level of stress that was difficult to manage. Sleep became elusive, filled with dreams of shadows moving through trees and sounds that seemed to come from nowhere. Even during off-duty hours, I found myself listening for things that shouldn't be there and watching for movement that didn't follow normal patterns. But there were compensations. The work itself was meaningful, and the knowledge that I was helping to protect people from threats they couldn't imagine gave me a sense of purpose that I'd never experienced in previous jobs. The camaraderie among the rangers who shared this knowledge was strong. We understood each other in ways that people outside the service couldn't understand us. And despite the dangers and the stress, I was genuinely passionate about wilderness conservation. The fact that these woods contained mysteries that science couldn't explain only made them more precious in my eyes. They represented something primal and ancient that had survived despite humanity's relentless drive to categorize and control every aspect of the natural world. I threw myself into the work with a dedication that surprised even me. I learned to read subtle signs in the environment that might indicate unusual activity. I developed protocols for responding to different types of incidents. I studied the patterns of when and where strange encounters were most likely to occur, trying to find some logic that might help us predict and prevent dangerous situations. What I discovered was that there was no logic, at least none that I could discern. The incidents seemed random, following no pattern of timing or location that would allow for prediction. The only consistent factor was that they tended to occur in areas that were remote and rarely visited, suggesting that whatever was responsible for them preferred to avoid human contact most of the time. This preference for isolation was both reassuring and troubling. It was reassuring because it meant that most visitors would never encounter anything unusual during their time in the park. But it was troubling because it suggested that these entities or phenomena were intelligent enough to recognize and avoid human presence when they chose to, which raised questions about their true nature and capabilities. 2 years into my career as a ranger, I'd grown accustomed to the reality that my job involved far more than what was described in the official position requirements. I'd learned to trust my instincts when something felt wrong, to recognize the subtle signs that indicated an area might be temporarily unsafe for visitors, and to accept that some questions would never have satisfactory answers. The incident with the stairs happened during what should have been a routine search operation. 8-year-old Casey Morrison had wandered away from her family's campsite while her parents were setting up their tent. It was early June 2018, and the park was experiencing its first major influx of summer visitors. The girl had been missing for about 3 hours when her parents reported her disappearance to the Park Service. Search operations for missing children follow specific protocols designed to maximize the chances of a successful recovery while minimizing risks to the search teams. The area around the Morrison campsite was divided into grid sections, with teams of 2 rangers assigned to each section. The idea is to conduct a thorough but rapid search, calling out regularly and watching for any signs of the missing person. I was paired with Jenny Walsh, a ranger with 5 years of experience who'd participated in dozens of search operations. We were assigned to search a section of forest that extended roughly half a mile east of the campsite, an area that included several unmarked trails and a small creek that the child might have followed if she'd been curious about where it led. The terrain in our section was moderately difficult, not impassable, but challenging enough that an 8-year-old would likely have difficulty covering large distances quickly. We moved through the area systematically, calling Casey's name every few minutes and listening for any response. The other search teams were spread out far enough that we could occasionally hear their calls in the distance, but we were essentially operating independently. About an hour into the search, as we were working our way through a particularly dense section of undergrowth, I caught sight of something that made me stop and stare. Through the trees ahead, I could see what appeared to be a set of stairs rising from the forest floor and disappearing into the canopy above. My first thought was that I'd stumbled upon the remains of an old structure, perhaps a hunting cabin or fire tower that had been demolished, leaving only the steps behind. But as I got closer, I could see that these weren't the remnants of anything man-made. They were pristine, appearing almost new despite being covered with moss and small vines that suggested they'd been in place for years. The stairs were made of what looked like gray stone, each step perfectly level and uniform in height. They rose at a gentle angle, winding slightly as they ascended, but I couldn't see where they led because the upper portions disappeared into the thick canopy of leaves above. Most unsettling of all, they seemed to be freestanding, not attached to any structure or foundation, simply rising from the ground as if they'd grown there naturally. "Jenny," I called softly, not wanting to shout and potentially disturb whatever strange situation I'd encountered. She made her way over to where I stood and looked in the direction I was pointing. Her reaction was immediate and unmistakable. Her face went pale, and she grabbed my arm with enough force to make me wince. "Don't touch them," she said urgently. "Don't go near them, don't walk up them, don't even think about walking up them." Her intensity surprised me. I'd become accustomed to unusual phenomena in the woods, but Jenny's reaction suggested that stairs were something particularly dangerous, not just weird or unexplained. "What are they?" I asked. "Nobody knows," she replied, her eyes never leaving the stairs. "But people who climb them don't come back the same. Some don't come back at all." As she spoke, I became aware of a subtle pull, an almost magnetic attraction that made me want to approach the stairs and see where they led. It wasn't a conscious desire. It was more like an instinct, similar to the way you might feel drawn to look over the edge of a cliff or put your hand on a surface that you knew was hot. The urge was gentle but persistent, and I had to consciously resist the impulse to take a step forward. "I can feel it too," Jenny said, apparently recognizing my struggle. "That's how they get you. They make you want to climb them." She pulled out her radio and called to the other search teams, reporting that we'd found something and needed someone to call our names to break the spell. Within seconds, we heard Rodriguez's voice calling from about a quarter-mile away, announcing that they'd found something near the creek. The moment I heard his call, the strange attraction to the stairs vanished completely. It was like waking up from a dream. Suddenly, the stairs looked exactly like what they were, an inexplicable and potentially dangerous anomaly that I had no business investigating. Jenny and I backed away carefully, keeping the stairs in sight until we were well clear of the area. We found Casey Morrison about 20 minutes later, sitting by the creek and playing with a collection of smooth stones she'd gathered from the water. She was unharmed and seemed completely unaware that anyone had been looking for her. When we asked how long she'd been by the creek, she said she'd just arrived and had been playing there for a little while. The timeline didn't make sense. She'd been missing for nearly 4 hours, but the creek was only about a 30-minute walk from her family's campsite. When we asked what she'd been doing before she came to the creek, she said she couldn't remember. She seemed genuinely confused by the question, as if the concept of before didn't make sense to her. During the walk back to reunite Casey with her parents, Jenny explained more about the stairs phenomenon. According to her, mysterious staircases had been reported in wilderness areas across the country for decades. They appeared in different locations, but they always shared certain characteristics. They were freestanding. They seemed to exert some kind of psychological influence on people who encountered them, and they were associated with disappearances and unexplained incidents. The official policy is to report them when we find them, and then avoid the area until they're gone, she told me. Sometimes they disappear on their own after a few days or weeks. Sometimes they stay for months before vanishing. "Gone?" I asked. "What do you mean, gone?" "Just gone," she said. "Like they were never there, no trace, no foundation, nothing." I asked if anyone had ever tried to study them or document them scientifically. Jenny shook her head. A few people have tried over the years, she said. Researchers, investigators, even some government agencies. But the stairs don't photograph well. They show up blurry or distorted in pictures, and video equipment tends to malfunction around them. And anyone who gets too close to them starts experiencing the same urge that you felt. Even people who know what to expect have trouble resisting it. That evening, I filed a report about finding the stairs, noting their location, and recommending that the area be marked as temporarily off-limits to visitors. Warren reviewed the report without comment, but I noticed he immediately pulled out a map and marked the location with a red pen. Apparently, there was an unofficial tracking system for these incidents that wasn't part of the standard documentation process. The next morning, I returned to the area with Martinez to verify that the stairs were still there and to establish a perimeter that would discourage visitor access without drawing undue attention. When we arrived at the location, the stairs were gone. Not moved, not fallen over. Completely absent, as if they had never existed. The ground where they had stood showed no evidence of disturbance, no marks or impressions that might indicate where they had been. Martinez seemed unsurprised by this development. "They do that," she said matter-of-factly. "Come and go on their own schedule. At least this time nobody tried to climb them." I asked what happened to people who did climb them. Martinez was quiet for a long moment before answering. "Some come back different," she said finally. "They remember climbing up, but they can't remember coming back down. They lose time, sometimes hours, sometimes days. And they're changed afterward. Distant, like part of them is still somewhere else." "And the others?" "The others don't come back at all." The incident with the ladder occurred during my 3rd year as a ranger, in what was becoming a pattern of increasingly strange encounters. It was early July 2019, and I was conducting routine trail maintenance with Kevin Torres, a relatively new ranger who joined the team 6 months earlier. We were checking for poison ivy growth along some of the less frequently used trails, a mundane but necessary task that required walking every path in our assigned section and noting areas where harmful plants had encroached on the walking surfaces. The trail we were inspecting that day split into 2 parallel paths that reconnected about half a mile ahead. It was a common design feature meant to reduce erosion on heavily trafficked routes, though this particular trail saw few enough visitors that erosion wasn't really a concern. Kevin and I decided to split up to cover both paths simultaneously, planning to meet where they rejoined. I took the right fork, while Kevin took the left. The paths ran close enough together that we could see each other through the trees most of the time, and we maintained radio contact to coordinate our progress. For the first 20 minutes, the work was exactly as routine as expected. I noted several areas where poison ivy was beginning to grow across the trail and marked them for later treatment. Then I noticed the clearing. It was perfectly circular, about 30 feet in diameter, and completely devoid of vegetation. Not just free of trees and bushes. There wasn't a single blade of grass, weed, or even moss growing anywhere within its boundaries. The earth was hard-packed and smooth, as if it had been carefully maintained, though there was no sign of human activity in the area. In the exact center of the clearing stood a ladder. It was a standard aluminum extension ladder, the kind you might find in any hardware store, fully extended to perhaps 20 feet in height. But it wasn't leaning against anything. It stood perfectly upright, balanced impossibly in the open air, as if supported by invisible forces. At the top of the ladder, motionless and staring upward at the sky, was a man in a dark business suit. My first instinct was to call out to him. He was clearly in distress or danger. Nobody climbs to the top of an unsupported ladder and then stays there, staring at the sky, with their mouth hanging open. But something about the scene stopped me from immediately rushing forward to help. The man's posture was wrong. He wasn't gripping the ladder or showing any signs of effort to maintain his balance. He stood on the top rung as casually as if he were standing on solid ground, his head tilted back at an angle that looked uncomfortable, his mouth open wide as if he were about to scream or had been frozen in the middle of screaming. I circled the clearing slowly, looking for wires or supports that might explain how the ladder was standing upright. I found nothing. The ladder simply stood there, defying physics and common sense, with its impossible passenger balanced at the top. "Hello?" I called out, staying at the edge of the clearing. "Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" No response. The man didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. He continued staring upward with that same frozen expression, as motionless as a statue. I tried calling louder, identifying myself as a park ranger and offering help. Still no response. The man might as well have been carved from stone for all the reaction he showed to my presence. I radioed Kevin and asked him to come over to my location. While I waited for him to arrive, I continued studying the scene, trying to understand what I was looking at. The man's clothes were pristine. No wrinkles, no dirt, no signs that he'd climbed up the ladder or spent any time outdoors. His hair was perfectly styled and his shoes were clean and polished. He looked like he'd stepped out of an office building moments earlier. But the expression on his face suggested something else entirely. Even from ground level, I could see that his eyes were wide with what looked like terror or shock, and his mouth was stretched open in a way that seemed anatomically extreme. It was the expression of someone who'd seen something so horrifying that their features had locked in place. When Kevin arrived, his reaction was immediate and visceral. He stopped at the edge of the clearing and stared at the scene with undisguised horror. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "I don't know," I replied. "I was hoping you might have some ideas." Kevin had grown up in the area and had spent most of his life hiking and camping in these woods. If anyone would recognize what we were looking at, it would be him. But he seemed as baffled and disturbed as I was. "That ladder can't be standing like that," he said. "It's physically impossible." We spent several minutes discussing possible explanations. Maybe there were thin wires we couldn't see. Maybe it was some kind of art installation or elaborate prank. Maybe the man was a performer of some kind, demonstrating an unusual balancing act. But none of these explanations felt adequate. The scene had a quality of wrongness that went beyond simple physical impossibility. It felt dangerous in a way I couldn't define, as if approaching it would expose us to something we weren't equipped to handle. Against my better judgment, I decided to get closer. Every instinct I'd developed during my time as a ranger was telling me to stay away, but I couldn't ignore the possibility that the man needed help. If he was in some kind of medical distress, time could be critical. I walked slowly toward the ladder, Kevin following reluctantly behind me. With each step, the feeling of wrongness intensified. The air in the clearing felt thick and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe normally. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the trees around us. When I was about 10 feet from the ladder, I reached out to touch it, thinking that physical contact might reveal some detail I'd missed from a distance. The moment my fingertips made contact with the aluminum surface, the man at the top moved. His head snapped down with a motion so sudden and violent that I heard his neck crack. His face, which had been pointing skyward, was now looking directly at me. And the expression of frozen terror was even more horrible up close. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging, and his mouth was stretched so wide that I could see his teeth and gums in grotesque detail. Then he drew in a breath, a long, rasping gasp that sounded like air being forced through a broken pipe. The sound seemed to go on forever, a horrible sucking noise that made my skin crawl and my stomach turn. I stumbled backward, pulling my taser from its holster, more from instinct than from any rational plan. Behind me, I heard Kevin shout something, but I couldn't make out the words over the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears. I spun around to see Kevin standing at the edge of the clearing with his hands raised, and I realized I was pointing the taser at him. I immediately lowered the weapon and turned back toward the ladder. It was lying flat on the ground, and the man was gone. Kevin and I searched the area thoroughly, following protocol for a missing person, even though neither of us believed we would find anything. We found no footprints, no trace of where the man might have gone, no evidence that anyone other than ourselves had been in the clearing recently. The ladder itself appeared completely normal when examined on the ground. It was a standard aluminum extension ladder, showing signs of wear but nothing unusual. When we tried to extend it and stand it upright, it fell over immediately, as any unsupported ladder would. We reported the incident, but there was no investigation. Warren filed our report with the same collection of unusual incident reports that seemed to accumulate without ever being officially addressed. The area was quietly added to the list of locations that rangers were advised to approach with caution, though no formal restrictions were placed on visitor access. That night, Kevin told me he was considering looking for work in a different park system. He'd grown up believing he understood these woods, but the incident with the ladder had shattered his confidence in that understanding. He felt like the place he'd thought of as home had revealed itself to be something alien and hostile. I convinced him to stay, though I wasn't entirely sure my advice was wise. The truth was that I was beginning to understand that our job involved more than protecting visitors from the woods. It also involved protecting the woods from visitors who might not be prepared for what they could encounter. People like Kevin, who knew the area well and could recognize when something was wrong, were valuable assets in that effort. But I could see the toll it was taking on him, just as I could feel it taking a toll on me. Each strange encounter made the world feel a little less stable, a little less predictable. We were being asked to accept that reality had different rules in these woods, and that acceptance came with a psychological cost that was difficult to measure but impossible to ignore. By 2020, I'd been working as a ranger for 4 years, and I thought I'd seen the worst of what the woods had to offer. The encounters with unknown entities, the impossible structures that appeared and disappeared, the feeling of being watched by things that shouldn't exist. I'd learned to accept these as occupational hazards and to function despite the constant low-level anxiety they produced. The incident that tested the limits of my psychological resilience began on a cold morning in February. The park received far fewer visitors during the winter months, which made it an ideal time for maintenance work and deep forest surveys that would be difficult to conduct during peak season. I was assigned to conduct a solo patrol of the northern sections, checking for storm damage and noting any changes that might affect trail conditions when hiking season resumed. Solo patrols were both a privilege and a burden. On one hand, they represented a level of trust from the senior rangers. You weren't sent out alone unless you demonstrated the ability to handle whatever you might encounter. On the other hand, they meant spending 8 or 10 hours in the woods with only your radio for company, walking through areas where cell phone coverage was non-existent and help could be hours away. The route I'd been assigned would take me through some of the most remote areas of the park, following a series of maintenance roads and unmarked trails that few people other than Park Service personnel ever saw. The weather was overcast but stable, with temperatures in the mid-30s and no precipitation forecast. Perfect conditions for a long walk through the winter woods. I'd been hiking for about 3 hours when I heard someone calling my name. The voice was distant but clear, coming from somewhere ahead of me on the trail. It sounded like a woman's voice, though I couldn't make out any other details. My first thought was that another ranger was in the area and trying to get my attention, though I wasn't aware of any other patrols scheduled for that section of the park. "Hello?" I called back, but received no response. I continued walking in the direction the voice had come from, listening for any additional calls. After a few minutes, I heard it again. My name, called in the same distant female voice, but this time coming from a different direction. Off to my left, where there was no trail and no reason for anyone to be walking. I stopped and pulled out my radio, checking to see if anyone else was working in the area. The radio crackled with static, but when I tried to make contact with the main station, I got no response. I tried several times, adjusting frequencies and checking my equipment, but couldn't establish communication with anyone. The radio failure wasn't necessarily alarming. The northern sections of the park had spotty radio coverage under the best of conditions, and the overcast sky could be interfering with signal transmission. But combined with the mysterious voice calling my name, it created a sense of isolation that was more unsettling than usual. I heard my name called again, this time from behind me, in the direction I'd come from. The voice was clearer now, and I could tell it was definitely a woman's voice, though I still couldn't identify who it might be. There was something odd about the tone. It wasn't urgent or distressed, but it also didn't sound entirely natural. It was too clear, too perfectly projected, like a recording being played through a high-quality speaker system. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I left the trail and walked in the direction of the most recent call, pushing through thick undergrowth and scrambling over fallen logs. The terrain was difficult, and I had to move slowly to avoid injury, but I felt compelled to find the source of the voice. After about 10 minutes of difficult hiking, I emerged into a small clearing that I'd never seen before, despite having patrolled this area multiple times over the years. The clearing was roughly oval-shaped, perhaps 50 feet across at its widest point, and completely empty. No trees, no bushes, no signs of human presence. The ground was covered with a thin layer of snow that showed no footprints or disturbance of any kind. I stood at the edge of the clearing and called out, asking if anyone was there and identifying myself as a park ranger. My voice echoed strangely in the open space, seeming to bounce back from invisible walls. But there was no response from whatever had been calling my name. Then I heard it again, my name, called clearly and unmistakably, but this time coming from directly behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the clearing, but found nothing. The voice had been close enough that the speaker should have been visible, but I was completely alone. "This isn't funny," I called out, though I was beginning to suspect that whoever or whatever was calling my name wasn't interested in humor. "If you need assistance, please show yourself." The response came from multiple directions simultaneously. My name, called in the same clear female voice, but now coming from at least 4 different locations around the clearing. The voices were perfectly synchronized, creating an eerie echo effect that made my skin crawl. I pulled out my service weapon, though I wasn't sure what I thought I might need to shoot. The rational part of my mind knew that drawing a gun on disembodied voices was probably not the most reasonable response, but the emotional part of my mind was screaming that I was in danger and needed to be prepared to defend myself. The voices continued calling my name, now coming from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding me with sound that seemed to have no source. I turned in circles, trying to identify where the calls were coming from, but it was impossible to pinpoint any specific location. The sound seemed to be emanating from the air itself, as if the clearing had become a giant speaker. I tried to leave the clearing, but found that I'd become disoriented. The undergrowth through which I'd entered looked the same in every direction, and I couldn't identify the path I'd taken to reach this place. I felt panic beginning to rise in my chest as I realized I might be trapped in this empty space with whatever was calling my name. The voices began to change. Instead of just calling my name, they started speaking in sentences, though the words were garbled and difficult to understand. It sounded like multiple conversations happening simultaneously, all in the same female voice, creating a babble of sound that was almost comprehensible, but never quite made sense. I caught fragments, words like lost and help and find, but couldn't piece them together into anything meaningful. The voices seemed to be trying to communicate something important, but the message was either too complex or too alien for me to understand. Then, suddenly, they stopped. The silence that followed was absolute and oppressive. Not just the absence of the mysterious voices, but the absence of all sound. No wind, no bird calls, no distant traffic noise. I might as well have been standing in a soundproof room for all the environmental noise that reached my ears. I stood motionless in the center of the clearing, afraid to move or speak, waiting for something to happen. Minutes passed without any change. The silence stretched on until it became as unsettling as the voices had been. Finally, I forced myself to walk to the edge of the clearing and search for the path I'd taken to reach it. After several minutes of searching, I found what looked like the route I'd followed, though I couldn't be completely certain. I pushed through the undergrowth as quickly as I could, desperate to return to the marked trail and the relative normalcy it represented. When I reached the trail, I immediately tried my radio again. This time it worked perfectly, connecting me with the main station on the first attempt. I reported my status and requested permission to return to base, claiming that I'd completed my assigned route early. I never mentioned the voices or the clearing in my official report. There seemed to be no point in documenting something that I couldn't explain, and that might make people question my fitness for duty. But that night I called Martinez and described what had happened. "The woods know our names," she said after I'd finished my account. "Don't ask me how, but they do, and sometimes they call us." She told me about her own experience with disembodied voices, an incident that had occurred during her second year as a ranger. She'd been called into a similar empty clearing and had heard multiple voices speaking her name in languages she didn't recognize. Like me, she'd found no source for the voices and no explanation for what had happened. Did you ever figure out what they wanted? I asked. I don't think they want anything, she replied. I think they're just echoes, memories of people who got lost in the woods and never found their way out. They remember calling for help, so they keep calling. It was a disturbing theory, but it felt more plausible than the alternatives I'd been considering. The idea that the woods might somehow retain impressions of past events, playing them back like a natural recording system, was strange, but not impossible to accept. But it raised other questions that I wasn't sure I wanted answered. If the voices were echoes of people who'd gotten lost, what had happened to those people? And why did the echoes know my name? The encounter that finally broke my resolve to continue working as a ranger happened during my 6th year on the job, in the autumn of 2022. By then, I'd experienced enough unexplained phenomena to develop a sort of professional numbness to the impossible. I'd learned to file strange incidents in a mental category labeled "things I'll never understand," and to focus on the aspects of the job that made logical sense. But some experiences resist categorization, and some sights stay with you regardless of how well you think you've prepared yourself for the unknown. I was working the late shift on a Saturday evening in October, providing security coverage for the park during the peak autumn season when visitor numbers remained high even after dark. My assignment was to patrol the main camping areas and ensure that visitors were following fire safety regulations and noise ordinances. It was routine work that required more social interaction than investigation skills. Most of the evening involved friendly conversations with campers who were curious about local wildlife or needed directions to restroom facilities. A few required gentle reminders about quiet hours or proper food storage procedures, nothing that suggested the night would be anything other than ordinary. Around 11 o'clock, I received a radio call from a visitor who was camping in one of the more remote sites. He reported seeing people watching his campsite from the tree line and was concerned about his family's safety. The call itself wasn't unusual. Campers frequently mistook wildlife for human intruders, especially in low light conditions when shadows and movement could be easily misinterpreted. I drove to the area and parked my vehicle near the caller's campsite. The family consisted of 2 parents and 2 teenage children, all of whom seemed genuinely frightened rather than simply confused. They'd been sitting around their campfire when they noticed what they described as people standing between the trees, just watching us. How many people? I asked. At least 6 or 7, the father replied. Maybe more. They're just standing there, not moving, not making any noise. They've been there for about 20 minutes. I asked the family to show me where they'd seen the figures. They pointed toward a section of forest about 50 yards from their campsite, where the trees grew thick enough to create deep shadows, even with the partial moon overhead. I took out my flashlight and walked toward the tree line, calling out in my official capacity and asking anyone in the area to identify themselves. There was no response, but that wasn't necessarily significant. If there were people in the woods, they might be engaged in illegal activities and unwilling to reveal themselves to a park ranger. When I reached the tree line, I swept the area with my flashlight, looking for any sign of human presence. I found nothing immediately obvious, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no evidence that anyone had been standing among the trees. But as I moved deeper into the forest, I began to notice something that made my stomach tighten with recognition. The silence was wrong. It was the same unnatural quiet I'd experienced during previous encounters with unexplained phenomena. No insects, no small animals moving through the underbrush, no wind stirring the leaves overhead. The forest had become a vacuum of sound that felt deliberately imposed rather than naturally occurring. I continued searching, sweeping my flashlight beam through the trees and calling out periodically. After about 10 minutes, I caught sight of something that made me stop and stare. There was a figure standing between 2 large oak trees, perhaps 30 feet away from my position. It appeared to be human in general shape and size, but there was something wrong with its proportions. The limbs seemed too long, the head too small, the posture too rigid to be natural. I focused my flashlight on the figure and called out again, identifying myself and asking the person to step forward. The figure didn't move or respond in any way. It simply stood there, motionless, as if it were carved from the same wood as the trees around it. As I watched, I began to notice other figures. They were positioned throughout the forest, standing among the trees at irregular intervals, all facing in the direction of the campsite. I counted at least 8, possibly more, though it was difficult to be certain in the shifting patterns of light and shadow created by my flashlight. None of them moved or made any sound. They simply stood and watched, like sentries posted to observe the camping family. The longer I looked at them, the more convinced I became that they weren't human, despite their generally human appearance. Their stillness was too complete, too perfect. Real people fidget, shift their weight, breathe in ways that create subtle movement, even when they're trying to remain motionless. These figures were as still as statues, showing no signs of life despite their upright postures. I approached the nearest figure slowly, keeping my flashlight trained on it and continuing to call out warnings and commands. As I got closer, I could see more details that confirmed my growing suspicion that whatever I was looking at wasn't entirely human. The figure's skin, if it could be called skin, was gray and seemed to have a texture like bark. Its clothing appeared to be made of the same material as its body, as if the entire figure had been carved from a single piece of wood. Most disturbing of all, it had no facial features, just a smooth, blank surface where a face should have been. When I was about 10 feet away from the figure, it moved. Not suddenly or aggressively, but with a fluid motion that was somehow more unsettling than any violent action would have been. It turned its featureless head toward me, tilted it slightly as if studying me, and then began walking deeper into the forest. The other figures began moving at the same time, all walking in the same direction, all maintaining the same fluid, unnatural gait. They moved between the trees like shadows, making no sound and leaving no trace of their passage. Within seconds, they had disappeared completely, as if they had melted back into the forest itself. I stood alone among the trees, my flashlight beam playing across empty spaces where the figures had been moments before. The natural sounds of the forest began to return gradually, insects resuming their chirping, small animals rustling through the underbrush, wind moving through the leaves overhead. I searched the area thoroughly, looking for any evidence of what I'd seen. I found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no disturbed leaf litter that might indicate where the figures had been standing or which direction they'd taken when they departed. When I returned to the campsite, the family was waiting anxiously for my report. I told them that I'd found no evidence of human intruders and suggested that they'd probably seen deer or other wildlife moving among the trees. The explanation satisfied them, and they settled down for the night without further incident. But I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my vehicle, parked where I could watch the campsite and the surrounding forest, thinking about what I'd witnessed. The figures hadn't seemed threatening, but their presence implied a level of organization and intelligence that was more disturbing than simple hostility would have been. They had been watching the family, studying them for reasons I couldn't fathom. And when I discovered them, they had withdrawn in a coordinated manner that suggested communication and planning capabilities. Whatever they weren't random phenomena or isolated incidents. They were part of something larger and more complex than anything I'd encountered before. That realization was what finally convinced me that I needed to find different employment. I'd accepted the existence of unexplained phenomena in the woods, and I'd learned to function despite regular encounters with things that challenged my understanding of reality. But the idea that there might be intelligence behind these phenomena, that there might be entities actively observing and studying human visitors, was more than I could psychologically handle. The woods weren't just strange. They were inhabited by things that were aware of us and interested in us for purposes we couldn't understand. And I was no longer willing to serve as an intermediary between those entities and the innocent people who came to the park seeking nothing more than a peaceful experience in nature. I submitted my resignation 3 weeks after the incident with the Watchers. Warren didn't seem surprised by my decision, though he did make an effort to convince me to reconsider. "You're good at this job," he told me during our final meeting. "You understand what's out there and you know how to handle it. People like you are hard to find." I explained that understanding and handling the phenomena were exactly what I could no longer do. Each encounter had taken something from me. A piece of my confidence in the rational world, a portion of my ability to sleep peacefully, a fragment of my belief that there were clear boundaries between possible and impossible. I've seen too much, I told him. And I'm starting to worry that seeing too much might change me in ways I won't be able to control. Warren nodded slowly, and I could see in his expression that he understood exactly what I meant. He'd been doing this job for over 20 years, and I wondered what it had cost him, what pieces of himself he'd had to sacrifice to continue functioning in an environment where reality operated by different rules. My last day of work was on a Friday in November 2022. I spent it conducting routine maintenance tasks and completing paperwork, avoiding the deep woods where most of my disturbing encounters had occurred. It felt strange to be going through the familiar motions of the job while knowing I'd never do them again. That evening, several of the other rangers organized a small farewell gathering at a local bar. It was a typical send-off for departing personnel, casual conversation, shared stories about memorable incidents, expressions of mutual respect and friendship. But underneath the surface cordiality, I could sense the unspoken understanding that my departure represented something more significant than a simple career change. I was abandoning a post that required someone with my experience and knowledge. The things I'd learned about the woods and the entities that inhabited them couldn't be easily passed on to a replacement. There was no training manual for dealing with impossible staircases or disembodied voices or watchers who weren't entirely human. Martinez pulled me aside near the end of the evening and asked if I was sure about my decision. "It's not going to be easier somewhere else," she said. "Once you've seen what we've seen, you can't unsee it. The woods aren't the only place where strange things happen. They're just the only place where we have colleagues who understand." She was probably right. The experiences I'd had as a ranger had changed my perception of reality in ways that would follow me, regardless of where I went or what work I did. I would always be someone who knew that the world contained things that science couldn't explain and that most people weren't prepared to believe. But I'd reached the point where continuing to expose myself to those things felt more dangerous than learning to live with the knowledge that they existed. I needed to step back from the front lines and find a way to process what I'd experienced before it consumed whatever remained of my psychological stability. I moved to a different state and found work in environmental consulting, helping businesses comply with regulations and minimize their ecological impact. It was meaningful work that allowed me to use my education and experience while maintaining a safe distance from the kind of unexplained phenomena that had defined my time as a ranger. For 2 years, I managed to convince myself that I'd successfully escaped from that world of impossible encounters and inexplicable experiences. I had a normal job with normal challenges, and I slept better than I had in years. I began to think that Martinez had been wrong, that it was possible to move on from what I'd seen and return to a conventional understanding of reality. Then I started having the dreams. They began as vague impressions, fragments of memories from my time in the woods, images of figures moving between trees, sounds of voices calling my name from empty clearings. Gradually, they became more specific and more vivid until I was experiencing detailed recreations of incidents I'd tried to forget. The dreams weren't random recollections. They were sequential, following a chronological order that took me through my entire career as a ranger from beginning to end. Night after night, I relived every strange encounter, every impossible sight, every moment of terror and confusion I'd experienced in those woods. But the dreams weren't just memories. They contained elements that I didn't remember from the original experiences, details I hadn't noticed at the time, perspectives I couldn't have had, knowledge I'd never possessed. It was as if something was showing me the complete truth about what I'd encountered, filling in the gaps in my understanding with information that had been hidden from me during the actual events. The dreams showed me that the entities I'd encountered weren't separate phenomena, but part of a larger system that monitored and maintained the balance between the human world and something else, something older and more complex than anything I'd imagined. The park where I'd worked wasn't just a wilderness area. It was a boundary zone, a place where two different versions of reality intersected and occasionally overlapped. The rangers weren't just protecting visitors from natural hazards. They were serving as guardians who prevented either side from encroaching too far into the other's domain. The strange encounters I'd experienced weren't random events, but controlled contacts, carefully managed interactions designed to maintain the stability of the boundary. And I hadn't quit my job. I'd been released from it because my psychological profile indicated that I was reaching the limits of what I could handle without suffering permanent damage. The dreams were my debriefing, a final download of information that would help me understand what I'd been part of and why it had been necessary. When the dreams finally ended, I understood why Martinez had said that changing jobs wouldn't make the knowledge easier to bear. The experiences I'd had as a ranger weren't just memories. They were an initiation into a larger reality that existed parallel to the conventional world. Once you'd been exposed to that reality, you couldn't return to ignorance, but you could choose whether to engage with it actively or to acknowledge it passively from a distance. I chose distance. I continued my work in environmental consulting, but I also began writing about my experiences, sharing them anonymously online in forums where people discussed unexplained phenomena and unusual encounters. I found that writing helped me process what I'd been through, and that connecting with others who'd had similar experiences reduced the sense of isolation that had been eating away at my mental health. The woods remember everything, and they don't forget those who've served as guardians of their secrets. But they also understand that not everyone is equipped for a lifetime of that service, and they're willing to release those who need to step away before the burden becomes too heavy to bear. I don't regret my time as a ranger, despite the psychological toll it took. I learned things about the nature of reality that few people ever have the opportunity to learn, and I helped protect innocent visitors from dangers they couldn't imagine. But I also learned the importance of recognizing when you've reached your limits and need to seek safety before it's too late. The woods are still there, and the entities that inhabit them are still watching and waiting. New rangers take the place of those who leave, and the work continues as it has for generations. The boundary between worlds remains stable, maintained by people who accept that some truths are too large and too dangerous for general knowledge. I'm grateful that there are people willing to do that work, and I'm grateful that I was able to contribute to it for the time that I could. But I'm also grateful that I recognized when it was time to step away and let others take up the responsibility. I was 26 years old that October when everything changed. The date was October 15th, 2024, and I'd just moved into the rental house on Maple Ridge Road, about 15 miles outside of town. The isolation felt perfect after the chaos of city life. Nothing but pine trees, rolling hills, and the occasional wildlife passing through my yard. That Tuesday afternoon started like any other. I'd called in sick to work, nursing what I thought was just a head cold, and spent most of the day wrapped in blankets on my second-hand couch. The television droned on with daytime programming I wasn't really watching, just background noise to fill the oppressive quiet of the countryside. Around 3 o'clock, movement outside caught my peripheral vision. Through the sliding glass door that led to my back deck, I spotted them. 5 deer picking their way across the yellowing grass of my yard. White-tailed deer were common in this area, so the sight should have been unremarkable. I'd seen dozens since moving here 2 weeks ago, but something made me reach for the remote and mute the television. The silence that followed felt different than the usual rural quiet. It pressed against my eardrums like cotton, thick and unnatural. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, no distant traffic hum. Just the muffled sound of my own breathing fogging up the glass as I leaned closer to watch. The deer moved with their typical cautious grace, heads bobbing up to scan for threats before lowering to crop the grass. 3 does and 2 young bucks, all healthy-looking with thick autumn coats. Normal in every way except... I squinted, pressing my face against the cool glass. Something about the way the largest doe was walking didn't look right. Her left rear leg seemed to bend at an odd angle with each step, not quite following the natural movement I'd expect. At first I thought maybe she'd been injured, perhaps struck by a car or caught in a fence. But as I watched more closely, the anomaly became harder to dismiss. The joint appeared to bend backward, then forward, then sideways in a slow, deliberate motion that made my stomach tighten. It wasn't the jerky, protective movement of an injured animal. It was fluid, controlled, almost experimental. I rubbed my eyes, certain the fever was making me see things. When I looked again, the doe had moved closer to the house, and now I could see her movement pattern more clearly. The leg wasn't just bending wrong, It was bending in directions that violated basic anatomy. The knee joint seemed to rotate completely around with each step, as if the bones and ligaments had become liquid. My mouth went dry. I blinked hard several times, waiting for the hallucination to correct itself. But the doe continued her impossible gait, and now I noticed the other deer were exhibiting similar distortions. The smaller buck's front legs appeared to elongate as he walked, stretching like taffy being pulled. His neck, too, seemed to extend and contract rhythmically. The fever, I told myself, had to be the fever. I pressed my hand to my forehead. It felt warm, but not burning. The thermometer I'd used that morning had read only 99.8 degrees. Hardly enough to cause vivid hallucinations. But what I was seeing couldn't be real. The deer continued grazing, seemingly unaware that their bodies were defying the laws of physics. The largest doe lifted her head and looked directly at me through the glass door. Her eyes appeared larger than they should be, taking up too much of her face, and they held an intelligence that made the hair on my arms stand up. She stared at me for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then she opened her mouth and made a sound. It wasn't the snort or grunt I'd expect from a deer. It was a low, resonant moan that seemed to come from deep in her chest, a sound that vibrated through the glass and into my bones. The other deer didn't react to it at all, just continued their strange, fluid grazing. I stumbled backward from the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound had been wrong on a fundamental level, like hearing a familiar song played in a minor key. It carried a note of something almost human, but distorted beyond recognition. When I looked outside again, all 5 deer had stopped eating and were staring at the house. Their necks had stretched impossibly long, their heads now hovering 3 feet above their bodies like balloons on strings. Yet they maintained perfect balance, their malformed legs supporting these grotesque proportions without any apparent strain. I wanted to run, to get as far from the window as possible, but I found myself frozen in place. The deer began to move again, but their locomotion had changed completely. They flowed across the grass like liquid, their limbs undulating in waves rather than taking discrete steps. Their bodies seemed to elongate and contract like accordions, maintaining their basic deer-like shape while constantly shifting in size and proportion. As they moved toward the tree line at the edge of my property, their forms became even more distorted. The does grew taller and thinner, their legs extending until they resembled grotesque stilts. The bucks became shorter and wider, their bodies compressing like sponges being squeezed. By the time they reached the shadows beneath the pine trees, they barely looked like deer at all. They were flowing, shifting silhouettes that hurt to look at directly. My brain kept trying to categorize what I was seeing, to force it into familiar patterns, but the images slipped away like water through fingers. The last one to disappear, the doe who had stared at me, paused at the forest's edge and turned back. Even from 50 yards away, I could feel the weight of her gaze. She opened her mouth again, and this time the sound that emerged was unmistakably human. "Help us." The words carried clearly across the yard, spoken in a woman's voice filled with anguish and desperation. Then she melted into the shadows between the trees, leaving me alone with the terrible silence. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those impossible shapes flowing across my yard like living nightmares. The woman's voice, if it had been a woman's voice, echoed in my head until I began to question whether I'd heard anything at all. By morning, I'd convinced myself it had all been a fever dream. The rational part of my mind, the part that had gotten me through college and into a decent job as a data analyst, insisted that deer don't bend like rubber, and they certainly don't speak English. I'd been sick, probably dehydrated, and my brain had conjured the entire episode. I made coffee and toast, forcing myself to go through normal morning routines. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen window looked ordinary enough, revealing a perfectly normal yard with perfectly normal grass and perfectly normal pine trees. No signs of the surreal parade I thought I'd witnessed. But when I opened the sliding door to step onto the deck with my coffee, I found the hoofprints. They were pressed deep into the soft earth of my flower bed, much deeper than they should have been for animals that couldn't have weighed more than 150 pounds each. But it was the shape of the prints that made my hand shake so badly, I nearly dropped my mug. They were elongated, stretched out like someone had taken normal deer tracks and pulled them through wet clay. Some were nearly a foot long, others compressed into tight circles no bigger than quarters. A few appeared to overlap in impossible ways, as if the same hoof had struck the ground multiple times in the exact same spot without lifting. I knelt down and touched one of the larger prints. The earth was packed hard as concrete, compressed with a force that should have required hydraulic pressure. When I tried to push my finger into the dirt beside it, I barely made an indentation. Standing up too quickly made me dizzy. I gripped the deck railing and tried to process what I was seeing. Either these tracks were evidence that last night had been real, or I was having a complete psychological breakdown. Neither option offered much comfort. I spent the rest of the morning on my laptop, searching for explanations. Deer leg deformities brought up articles about chronic wasting disease and various genetic conditions. Unusual animal behavior led me down rabbit holes about rabies, parasites, and environmental toxins. Nothing came close to describing what I'd witnessed. Around noon, I tried calling the state wildlife department. The woman who answered listened patiently as I described some unusual deer behavior in my area, but when I started to explain the specifics, her responses became increasingly skeptical. She suggested I might have seen elk or even horses in the distance, and that lighting conditions could create optical illusions. I hung up without mentioning the voice or the impossible hoofprints. The afternoon stretched endlessly. I found myself checking the windows every few minutes, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The yard remained empty, but the silence felt oppressive. Even the normal sounds of rural life, distant tractors, barking dogs, the occasional car on the main road, seemed muffled and far away. Around 4 o'clock, my neighbor pulled into his driveway. Jerome was a retired farmer in his 70s who'd lived on the adjacent property for 40 years. He'd been friendly when I moved in, offering to help with yard work and sharing vegetables from his garden. If anyone would know about unusual animal activity in the area, it would be him. I walked over and found him unloading groceries from his pickup truck. He smiled when he saw me approaching, but the expression faltered when he got a good look at my face. "You feeling all right, son? You look like you haven't slept in a week." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just wondering if you've noticed anything strange with the local wildlife lately. Deer acting oddly, maybe?" Jerome set down a bag of groceries and studied me with sharp blue eyes. "What kind of odd behavior?" I struggled to find words that wouldn't make me sound insane. "Movement patterns that seem unusual. Maybe some kind of disease affecting their coordination?" He was quiet for a long moment, his expression growing serious. "You saw them, didn't you?" The simple question hit me like a physical blow. "Saw what?" "The bent ones." He glanced toward my property, then back at me. "They showed up about 3 weeks ago. Started with just one, a young buck with legs that moved wrong. Thought he'd been hit by a car, but..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "But what?" "But injured animals don't usually get worse over time, and they don't travel in groups." Jerome picked up his groceries and started toward his house. "You should probably stay inside after dark for a while." "Jerome, wait." I followed him up his porch steps. "What exactly have you seen?" He paused with his hand on the door handle. "Things I don't like to talk about, things that make me sound crazy." He looked at me again, and I saw fear in his weathered features. "But if you've seen them too, maybe I'm not as crazy as I thought." "Have you reported this to anyone?" Jerome let out a bitter laugh. "Sure did. Called the wildlife department, the county sheriff, even the agricultural extension office. Know what they told me? Same thing they probably told you, lighting tricks and imagination." "But you know what you saw." "I know that I've been living in these hills for 7 decades, and I've never seen anything like what's been happening lately." He opened his door, then paused. "You want some advice? Get yourself a gun and don't go outside alone after sunset. Whatever those things are, they're not natural." He went inside, leaving me standing on his porch with more questions than answers. At least I wasn't alone in this. Jerome had seen them too. But somehow that knowledge made everything worse instead of better. If two rational adults were witnessing the same impossible phenomena, then either we were both losing our minds or something genuinely terrifying was happening in these woods. I walked home as the sun began to set, and for the first time since moving to the country, I locked my doors. The next day brought no relief from the growing dread that had settled in my chest like a stone. I called in sick to work again, claiming my flu had worsened, but the truth was I couldn't concentrate on anything except the mystery of the bent ones. Jerome's warning echoed in my mind. They're not natural. I spent the morning diving deeper into online research, this time expanding my search beyond normal wildlife behavior. If conventional explanations weren't working, maybe I needed to look at unconventional possibilities. That's when I stumbled across a series of forum posts on a website dedicated to unexplained phenomena. The thread was titled Anatomical Anomalies in Rural Pennsylvania, and it had been active for just over a month. My heart rate spiked as I read through the entries. User Chester County resident posted, "Saw 3 deer yesterday that moved like their bones were made of rubber, legs bending in impossible directions. Anyone else experiencing this?" Farm Life 2019 replied, "Yes, same thing here, about 20 miles north of Chester County. Thought I was losing my mind. They make sounds too, don't they? Sounds that aren't quite animal?" Gunter Hunter responded, "My trail cameras caught some footage last week. Can't make sense of what I'm seeing. The deer appear normal in daylight photos, but the night vision videos show something else entirely." I scrolled through dozens of similar accounts, each one describing encounters remarkably similar to mine. The geographical pattern was disturbing. All the sightings were concentrated in a roughly 50-mile radius of rural southeastern Pennsylvania, with the earliest reports dating back about 6 weeks. But it was the final post in the thread that made my blood pressure spike. Naturalist Ned wrote, "For those brave enough to investigate further, there's a research facility about 15 miles south of the main cluster of sightings, Meridian Biological Research. They do work with genetic modification and environmental testing. Might be worth looking into their recent activities." Meridian Biological Research. I'd never heard of them, but a quick web search revealed a sparse corporate website listing environmental consulting and biotechnology services. Their address placed them less than 20 miles from my house. I grabbed my car keys. The drive to Meridian took me through increasingly remote countryside, past farms that looked abandoned and forests that seemed darker than they should in the middle of the day. The facility itself was smaller than I'd expected, just a cluster of prefabricated buildings surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. A guard station stood empty at the entrance, but the gate was open. Warning signs covered the fence. Authorized personnel only. Biological hazard. No trespassing. I parked on the shoulder of the access road and studied the complex through binoculars I'd brought from my hiking gear. The place looked deserted. No vehicles in the parking lot, no lights in the windows, no signs of activity. But as I watched, movement caught my eye near the rear of the compound. Something large and dark emerged from behind the farthest building, moving with that same impossible fluidity I'd witnessed in my yard. Even from a quarter mile away, I could tell it wasn't quite a deer anymore. The proportions were wrong, stretched and compressed in ways that hurt to process visually. It moved across the open ground behind the buildings with a flowing gait that reminded me of oil spreading across water. Then another appeared, and another. Within minutes, I counted at least a dozen of the creatures moving around the facility like they owned the place. Some were clearly derived from deer, but others had proportions that suggested different origins. Possibly dogs, possibly something larger. I lowered the binoculars with shaking hands. Whatever Meridian Biological Research had been doing, it had created something that was now spreading into the surrounding ecosystem. The bent ones weren't just sick animals, they were the result of human interference with nature. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. "Stop watching, go home. You don't want to be here when they notice you." I spun around, scanning the empty road in both directions. No other cars, no visible observers. But someone was monitoring the facility, someone who knew I was there. Another text arrived. "Check your rearview mirror." I looked, and my heart nearly stopped. One of the creatures stood in the road about 100 yards behind my car, Even at that distance, I could see its neck extending upward like a periscope, its head turning in my direction. As I watched, its torso began to stretch vertically, growing taller and thinner, until it resembled a grotesque telephone pole with legs. I gunned the engine and floored the accelerator, leaving rubber on the asphalt as I sped away from the facility. In my rearview mirror, I saw the creature collapse back to normal proportions and disappear into the roadside brush. The drive home passed in a blur of adrenaline and terror. Someone, or something, was orchestrating events around the research facility. The bent ones weren't just random mutants. They were being directed, controlled, and now they knew I'd been watching. That evening, I called Jerome and asked if I could come over. I needed to tell someone what I'd discovered, and he was the only person who might believe me. When I arrived at his house, he was sitting on his porch with a shotgun across his lap. "They've been circling my property all afternoon," he said without preamble. "Haven't seen them this active during daylight before." I told him about the research facility, the forum posts, and my encounter on the access road. Jerome listened without interruption, his weathered face growing grimmer with each detail. "Genetic modification," he said when I finished. "God Almighty. What were they thinking?" "The facility looked abandoned. Maybe they lost control of whatever they created." Jerome shook his head. "If someone texted you warnings, then somebody's still pulling the strings. Question is whether they're trying to contain this mess or make it worse." As if summoned by his words, both our phones chimed simultaneously with new messages from the same unknown number. "Stay inside tonight. All of tonight. Don't look outside no matter what you hear." I met Jerome's eyes and saw my own fear reflected there. Whatever was coming, it was going to be worse than anything we'd witnessed so far. I should have gone home and followed the anonymous warning, but Jerome insisted I stay at his place. "Two pairs of eyes are better than one," he said, "and two guns are better than one gun." He'd armed me with an old hunting rifle from his collection, though I had serious doubts about whether conventional weapons would be effective against creatures that could reshape their own anatomy. We settled in for what promised to be the longest night of our lives. Jerome's house was built like a fortress, thick stone walls, small windows, and heavy wooden doors that he'd reinforced with steel bars. He'd been preparing for this confrontation longer than I'd realized. "How long have you known about the research facility?" I asked as we positioned ourselves in his living room with views of both my property and his. "Found it 2 weeks ago," Jerome replied, checking his shotgun for the 10th time. "Drove out there after the 3rd time I saw those things in my pasture. Place was already abandoned by then, but the damage was done." Outside, the sun had set completely, leaving us in the kind of darkness that only exists in rural areas far from city lights. The silence was absolute. No insects, no night birds, no small animals rustling through the undergrowth. Even the ever-present whisper of wind through the pine trees had stopped. "They're coming," Jerome whispered. At first I didn't see anything. Then movement caught my eye near the tree line behind my house. Shapes emerged from the shadows between the pines, but they weren't moving like any animal I'd ever seen. They flowed across the open ground like spilled mercury, their forms constantly shifting and reforming. "How many?" I asked, though my voice came out as barely a croak. Jerome was counting under his breath. 12, 15, still coming." He paused. 23 total, more than I've ever seen together. The creatures spread out across both our properties in what appeared to be a coordinated formation. Some remained roughly deer-shaped, while others had taken on proportions that defied classification. One near my deck had grown to the size of a small horse, its legs stretched impossibly thin to support its enlarged torso. Another had compressed itself into something resembling a giant slug with antlers. But it was their behavior that truly chilled me. They weren't grazing or exhibiting any typical animal patterns. Instead, they seemed to be searching. Their elongated necks swayed back and forth like periscopes as they methodically examined every inch of our properties. "They're looking for us?" I realized. "Hunting us," Jerome corrected grimly. One of the creatures approached Jerome's house, its head extending upward until it reached the level of our second-story windows. Through the glass, I could see its eyes, no longer the simple dark eyes of a deer, but complex organs with multiple pupils that moved independently of each other. It studied the window with an intelligence that was undeniably human. Then it spoke. "We know you're in there." The voice was clearer than the previous day, a perfect female contralto that might have belonged to a news anchor or telephone operator. "We need to talk to you about what you've seen." Jerome and I exchanged glances. Neither of us moved or made a sound. "We're not going to hurt you," the creature continued. "We just want to explain what's happening, to help you understand." Other creatures had begun to gather around Jerome's house, their forms shifting and flowing as they took positions that would block all the exits. Some had grown additional limbs, arms that emerged from their torsos like tree branches, ending in hands with too many fingers. Others had developed multiple heads that whispered to each other in languages I couldn't identify. "Please," the creature at the window said. "We used to be like you. We remember what it was like to be human." The words hit me like a physical blow. These weren't mutated deer, they were mutated people. The research facility hadn't been experimenting on animals. They'd been experimenting on human subjects. The implications made my stomach turn. "What did they do to you?" I called out before Jerome could stop me. The creature's multiple eyes focused on the sound of my voice. "They promised us enhancement, adaptation, evolution beyond the limitations of fixed anatomy." Its voice carried infinite sadness. "They gave us the ability to change our bodies at will, but they couldn't control the process. We kept changing and we can't stop." "How many of you are there?" 47 in our group, more scattered throughout the region. Some have changed so much they can no longer communicate. The creature's form shuddered, its neck contracting and expanding like a bellows. "We're trying to find the researchers who did this to us, to make them reverse the process." "They're gone," Jerome said, finally speaking up. "The facility's been abandoned." "No." This came from multiple creatures simultaneously, their voices creating an eerie harmony. "They're still here, watching, waiting to see how far the changes will progress." One of the smaller creatures approached the front door, its body compressing until it could fit through the gap beneath the frame. I watched in horror as it flowed under the door like liquid, then reformed on Jerome's entryway. Up close, I could see that its hide was translucent, revealing organs that pulsed and shifted like living machinery. "They're inside the mountain," it said, extending what might have been a finger to point south toward the distant hills. "Deep underground, still running their experiments." "What do you want from us?" Jerome demanded, keeping his shotgun trained on the creature. "Help us find them. Help us get our lives back." The creature's voice was that of a young man, probably in his 20s. "We can't do this alone. We need normal humans who can go places we can't, ask questions we can't ask. And if we refuse," the creature that had been speaking through the window pressed closer to the glass, "then you'll become like us. The genetic modifications are airborne now. Everyone in a 50-mile radius has been exposed. The only question is how long before the changes begin." My rifle clattered to the floor as the full horror of the situation hit me. We weren't just witnessing an isolated incident. We were part of an ongoing experiment. The entire region had been contaminated, and the transformations were spreading. "How long do we have?" I asked. "Based on our experiences, the first changes begin within 72 hours of exposure," the creature replied. "You've both been exposed for at least a week. The process will begin soon." Jerome lowered his shotgun, his face pale with defeat. "God help us all." "God can't help us now," the creature said sadly. "But maybe you can help us stop this before it spreads any further." Outside, the other creatures had begun to flow back toward the tree line, their reconnaissance apparently complete. Only the one inside remained, its translucent form pulsing with bioluminescent patterns that hadn't been there moments before. "Think about what we've told you," it said. "We'll return tomorrow night for your answer, and remember, whether you help us or not, you're already part of this now." The creature compressed itself and flowed back under the door, leaving Jerome and me alone with the terrible knowledge that our transformation had already begun. I didn't return to my own house that night. Jerome and I sat in his kitchen until dawn, drinking coffee and trying to process what we'd learned. Every small sensation, a muscle twitch, a joint ache, An unusual hunger pang sent waves of paranoia through both of us. Were these the first signs of change, or just normal bodily functions amplified by fear? "We need to get out of here," I said as the first gray light filtered through the windows. "Drive somewhere far away, maybe find a doctor who can help us." Jerome shook his head. 72 hours, they said. If we've been exposed for a week, running won't change anything. And if this thing is airborne, we might just spread it to wherever we go. He was right, but the thought of staying here, waiting for our bodies to betray us, felt like surrender. I found myself examining my hands obsessively, looking for any sign that my fingers were beginning to elongate or my joints were becoming too flexible. Around 8 in the morning, my phone rang. The caller ID showed my supervisor's number. "Where the hell are you?" Kevin's voice was sharp with irritation. "You've missed 3 days this week, and the Henderson report was due yesterday." For a moment, I couldn't remember what the Henderson report was or why it had ever seemed important. The normal world of deadlines and meetings felt like something from another lifetime. "I'm sick," I managed. "Some kind of virus. I think I need to take extended leave." "Extended leave? You've been here 8 months. You don't have enough vacation time built up for extended leave." Then I quit. The words came out before I'd consciously decided to say them, but they felt right. What was the point of pretending my old life still mattered when I might not be human much longer? I hung up and turned off my phone. Jerome nodded approvingly. "Good," he said. "We're going to need all our focus for what's coming." We spent the morning researching the underground facility the creatures had mentioned. Topographical maps showed an extensive cave system running through the mountains south of our location, with several old mining tunnels that had been abandoned decades ago. If the researchers had established a hidden laboratory, those caves would be the logical location. But first, we needed to understand exactly what we were dealing with. I convinced Jerome to drive back to the Meridian facility with me, this time prepared for a closer investigation. The research complex looked even more desolate in daylight. Windows stared blindly from the prefabricated buildings, and weeds had already begun to grow through cracks in the parking lot asphalt. But the chain-link fence hummed with electricity, suggesting the place wasn't as abandoned as it appeared. We parked a safe distance away and approached on foot, keeping to the tree line. Jerome had brought bolt cutters from his farm, and we found a section of fence hidden from the main buildings where we could create an opening. "Motion sensors," Jerome whispered, pointing to small devices mounted on poles throughout the compound. "They know we're here." But no security appeared to challenge us. We moved quickly between buildings, trying to find an unlocked entrance. Most of the doors required electronic key cards, but a service entrance near the rear had been left propped open with a brick. The interior of the building was a maze of sterile corridors and empty laboratories. Equipment had been removed, but not all of it. Centrifuges, incubators, and computer workstations remained scattered throughout the facility. More importantly, we found documentation. In a file cabinet that had been overlooked during the evacuation, I discovered a stack of research reports dated from 6 months ago. The project was called Adaptive Morphology Initiative, and the goal was exactly what the creatures had described: developing humans who could modify their physical form at will. "Listen to this," I said, reading from one of the reports. "Phase 3 trials will involve 30 subjects exposed to concentrated AMI serum in a controlled environment. Subjects will be monitored for morphological changes over a 6-week period." Jerome looked over my shoulder at the document. 30 subjects. The creature said there were 47 in their group. "Maybe some didn't survive the process," I suggested, though the thought made me sick. I kept reading. The reports detailed a progression of increasingly dramatic physical changes in the test subjects. Early modifications were minor: enhanced flexibility, accelerated healing, improved sensory perception. But as the serum accumulated in their systems, the changes became more extreme and less controllable. Subject 15 demonstrates ability to extend limb length by up to 300%, I read aloud. However, subject reports significant pain and difficulty returning to baseline proportions. Recommend reducing serum concentration for future trials. The final report in the file was dated 8 weeks ago, just before the first sightings of bent ones in the area. It described a catastrophic failure of the containment protocols. Multiple subjects have breached security barriers, the report stated. Morphological adaptations now include partial liquefaction of bone structure, allowing passage through openings as small as 4 inches in diameter. Facility evacuation is recommended until enhanced containment measures can be implemented. They lost control of their own test subjects, Jerome said grimly, and instead of cleaning up the mess, they just ran. But the most disturbing part was yet to come. The final page of the report contained a list of secondary exposure protocols, procedures for monitoring individuals who had come into contact with the escaped subjects. Environmental dispersion of AMI compounds through exhaled vapors, I read. All residents within a 50-mile radius should be considered potentially exposed. Recommend establishing covert observation posts to document progression of secondary infections. Jerome and I stared at each other as the implications sank in. We weren't just accidentally exposed. We were part of a deliberate study. The researchers hadn't abandoned the project. They'd simply moved it to a larger laboratory, the entire surrounding region. A sound from somewhere deeper in the building made us both freeze. Footsteps echoed through the empty corridors, slow and deliberate. Someone else was in the facility. We grabbed the files and moved toward the exit, but the footsteps were getting closer. Jerome pulled out his handgun. He'd insisted on bringing it, despite my protests about the dangers of firearms in a confined space. "This way," he whispered, leading me down a side corridor toward what looked like an emergency exit. But as we rounded the corner, we came face to face with our pursuer. It was a woman in a white lab coat, maybe 40 years old, with graying hair pulled back in a severe bun. She looked completely normal, except for her eyes, which held the same multi-pupiled complexity I'd seen in the creatures outside Jerome's house. "Dr. Amanda Price," she said, extending a hand that had too many joints in the fingers. "I've been hoping to meet you two. You're exactly the kind of subjects we need for the next phase of our research." Dr. Price's smile revealed teeth that were too sharp and too numerous, filling her mouth like rows of needles. Despite her grotesque modifications, she moved with the confident authority of someone accustomed to being in control. "Please don't run," she said as Jerome raised his gun. "I'm not here to hurt you. Quite the opposite, actually. I'm here to offer you a choice." "The same choice you offered the others?" I demanded, clutching the stolen files against my chest. "The others volunteered," Dr. Price replied smoothly. "They were terminally ill patients who chose experimental treatment over certain death. The fact that their transformations exceeded our projections was unexpected." Jerome kept his weapon trained on her. "What kind of choice are you talking about? You've both been exposed to AMI compounds for 9 days now. The changes will begin within the next 24 hours, whether you cooperate with us or not." She gestured toward the files I was holding. "I see you've done your homework. You understand what's coming." "We understand that you're conducting illegal human experiments," I said. Dr. Price laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Illegal, according to whose laws? The FDA, the Geneva Convention? Those regulations were written for a world where human biology was fixed and unchangeable. We're pioneering a new era of human evolution. You're creating monsters. I'm creating the next phase of human development." Her expression grew serious. "Climate change, resource depletion, overpopulation. Traditional human anatomy is inadequate for the challenges our species will face in the coming decades. We need bodies that can adapt, that can survive in environments where fixed-form humans would perish." Jerome's gun hand was starting to shake. "And you decided to test this theory on unwilling subjects. The volunteers knew the risks," Dr. Price insisted, "and now we're offering you the same opportunity they had. Join our research program voluntarily, and we can guide your transformation. Let us help you adapt gradually, with minimal discomfort. And if we refuse, then you'll change on your own, without any medical support or guidance. The process will be painful, unpredictable, and quite possibly fatal." She stepped closer, seemingly unconcerned about Jerome's weapon. "I've seen what uncontrolled transformation looks like. It's not pleasant." I thought about the creatures we'd encountered, their obvious pain and confusion. "What happened to your original volunteers, the ones from the facility?" They're adapting beautifully, Dr. Price said, learning to control their new abilities, exploring the boundaries of what human anatomy can become. They're the first generation of truly post-human beings. They told us they want to be changed back. Dr. Price's smile faltered for the first time. Temporary psychological adjustment issues. It's understandable that they would experience some regret during the transition period. But given time, they'll come to appreciate what they've become. Jerome finally spoke up. Where are you conducting these experiments now? I think you already know the answer to that question. Dr. Price gestured toward the south in the direction of the mountains. We have a much better facility now. More space, better security, advanced equipment, everything we need to perfect the process. How many more test subjects are you planning to collect? As many as it takes to ensure human survival, she replied without hesitation. This region represents the largest field trial of AMI compounds in human history. We have nearly 3,000 potential subjects to study over the coming months. The number hit me like a physical blow. 3,000 people, all unknowingly exposed to an experimental serum that would fundamentally alter their biology. Children, elderly people, entire families, all of them marked for transformation whether they consented or not. You're insane, I whispered. I'm visionary, Dr. Price corrected. And you have 15 minutes to decide whether you want to be part of the future of human evolution or whether you'd prefer to face that future alone. She turned and walked away, her movements displaying the same fluid grace we'd observed in the other transformed subjects. Her legs bent at impossible angles with each step, allowing her to navigate the corridor with an efficiency that no normal human could match. Jerome lowered his gun with shaking hands. What do we do? I looked down at the files I was still clutching. The research reports contained detailed information about the underground facility, including maps of the tunnel systems and security protocols. If we could reach the right authorities, the FBI, the CDC, maybe even the military, we might be able to stop this madness before it spread beyond the current test area. We get this information to people who can shut them down, I said. And if we start changing before help arrives? I didn't have an answer for that question. The transformation timeline suggested we had less than 24 hours before our own modifications began. Even if we could reach outside authorities immediately, there was no guarantee they would believe us or act quickly enough to matter. But as we made our way back to Jerome's truck, I noticed something that gave me hope. My hands, which I'd been obsessively monitoring for signs of change, looked exactly the same as they had that morning. No elongated fingers, no additional joints, no unusual flexibility. Maybe the 72-hour timeline was just a psychological weapon designed to make potential subjects surrender before their transformation actually began. Maybe we still had time to fight back. We drove away from the facility in silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. But as we reached the main road, I made a decision that would determine the course of everything that followed. We're going to that underground lab, I announced. Jerome nearly drove off the road. Are you out of your mind? That place will be crawling with security, not to mention whatever other experiments they're running down there. It's the only way to get proof that outside authorities will believe, I explained. Photos, video footage, maybe even physical evidence of what they're doing. Without that, we're just two guys with a crazy story about shape-shifting deer. And if we get caught, then we become permanent test subjects instead of temporary ones, I admitted. But if we don't try, 3,000 people are going to suffer the same fate as those volunteers. Jerome was quiet for several miles, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Finally, he nodded. When do we go? Tonight, I said. Before our own changes begin, and before Dr. Price realizes we're not planning to cooperate. As we pulled into Jerome's driveway, I felt a strange tingling sensation in my fingertips. It was probably just nerves, I told myself. Just the anxiety of planning what might be a suicide mission. But deep down, I knew our time as normal humans was running out. We spent the afternoon preparing for what we both knew might be our final mission as unchanged humans. Jerome had an impressive collection of survival gear accumulated from decades of hunting and farming, night vision goggles, rope climbing equipment, waterproof cameras, and enough ammunition to fight a small war. I focused on studying the facility maps we'd stolen, memorizing the tunnel layouts, and identifying the most likely locations for a hidden laboratory. The cave system was extensive, with multiple levels connected by both natural passages and man-made tunnels from the old mining operations. "Main access point is here," I said, pointing to a marked entrance about 3 miles into the mountains. "But there are at least 4 other ways in, including an old mine shaft that might not be monitored." Jerome looked up from cleaning his rifle. "How do we know they haven't sealed the other entrances?" "We don't, but if Dr. Price is running a major research operation down there, she'll need multiple escape routes in case of emergency. Basic facility security protocols." As the sun began to set, I noticed the tingling in my hands had spread to my forearms. When I flexed my fingers, the joints felt looser than they should, as if the cartilage was beginning to soften. Jerome was experiencing similar symptoms. He kept rolling his shoulders and stretching his neck, trying to relieve what he described as a deep ache in his bones. "It's starting," he said grimly as we loaded gear into his pickup truck. "Then we better hurry." The drive to the mountains took us through increasingly remote terrain. We passed several abandoned farmhouses and empty fields that should have been bustling with autumn harvest activity. The AMI contamination had apparently affected more than just the immediate area around our homes. We parked at the end of a logging road about a mile from the old mine shaft entrance. The hike through the forest was treacherous in the dark, even with night vision equipment. Ancient trees blocked out most of the moonlight, and the undergrowth was thick with thorns and fallen branches. But the worst part was the silence. The woods should have been alive with night sounds: owls calling, small animals rustling through the leaves, insects chirping in the darkness. Instead, we moved through a dead zone where nothing stirred except the wind. "They're watching us," Jerome whispered as we approached the mine entrance. I didn't see anything, but I felt it too. The weight of unseen eyes tracking our progress. The transformed subjects Dr. Price had created were somewhere in these woods, probably reporting our every move to their handlers underground. The mine shaft entrance was partially concealed by a steel grate that had been installed decades ago to keep out trespassers, but someone had recently cut through the metal bars, leaving an opening just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "Recent modification," Jerome observed, running his fingers along the clean cuts in the steel. "They're definitely using this entrance." We activated our recording equipment and began the descent into the mountain. The tunnel sloped downward at a steep angle, supported by rotting timber beams that creaked ominously under the weight of tons of rock above our heads. Water dripped constantly from the ceiling, creating puddles that reflected our flashlight beams like mirrors. After 20 minutes of careful progress, we reached a junction where the old mining tunnel intersected with what was clearly a modern excavation. Smooth concrete walls replaced the rough-hewn stone, and fluorescent lighting fixtures had been installed along the ceiling. "This way," I whispered, following the newer tunnel toward what the stolen maps indicated was the main laboratory complex. The passage led us deeper underground, past heavily reinforced doors marked with biohazard symbols and warnings in multiple languages. Through reinforced windows, we caught glimpses of empty holding cells and abandoned equipment. Whatever had been happening in these rooms, it had been moved to a different location. Then we heard the voices. Multiple people were talking somewhere ahead of us, their words echoing through the tunnel system in a way that made it impossible to determine exact numbers or locations. We moved more cautiously, using every shadow and alcove to remain hidden as we approached the source of the sound. The tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber that had been carved from the living rock. The space was easily the size of an aircraft hangar, with multiple levels connected by metal catwalks and spiral staircases. High-tech equipment filled every available surface: computers, medical monitors, tanks containing unidentifiable specimens, and machines whose purpose I couldn't even guess. But it was the occupants of the chamber that made my blood freeze. Dr. Price stood at the center of the facility, but she was no longer even remotely human. Her body had elongated to nearly 8 feet in height, with arms that stretched like rubber bands as she operated multiple computer terminals simultaneously. Her head had flattened and widened, allowing room for dozens of eyes that moved independently to monitor different sections of the laboratory. Around her worked at least 20 other figures that might once have been human. Some had developed additional limbs that sprouted from their torsos like tree branches. Others had modified their sensory organs, enlarged ears, extended tongues, clusters of eyes growing from their necks and shoulders. All of them moved with the same fluid efficiency we'd observed in the creatures outside our homes. Subject population is responding as projected, Dr. Price was saying, her voice now a harmonic blend of multiple tones. Transformation rates exceed 90% within the target zone. We should begin Phase 4 within the next 72 hours. What about the holdouts? Asked another researcher whose face had been replaced by a mass of sensory tentacles. The two who refused cooperation? Dr. Price's multitude of eyes focused on a bank of monitors showing surveillance footage from around our homes. They're currently approaching sub-level 3. Their transformation has already begun. Note the increased joint flexibility and tissue elasticity. By the time they reach this chamber, they'll be ready for direct integration. I looked down at my hands and realized she was right. My fingers had elongated by at least 2 inches, and I could bend them in directions that should have been anatomically impossible. Jerome's neck had stretched to nearly twice its normal length, giving him an almost serpentine appearance. We were becoming like them whether we wanted to or not. Phase 4 parameters? The tentacled researcher continued. Expansion beyond the current containment zone, Dr. Price replied. Atmospheric dispersal of AMI compounds over a 500-mile radius. Complete transformation of the regional population within 6 months. The full scope of their plan hit me like a sledgehammer. They weren't just experimenting on isolated rural communities. They were planning to transform the entire eastern seaboard. Millions of people would be affected, all of them changed into something that barely qualified as human. Jerome and I exchanged glances, and I saw my own determination reflected in his elongated features. We had to stop this, even if it meant sacrificing ourselves in the process. I pulled out one of the explosive charges Jerome had brought from his farm. Originally intended for clearing tree stumps, but powerful enough to collapse sections of the tunnel system. If we could destroy the laboratory and seal the facility, we might be able to contain the contamination and prevent the larger catastrophe. But as I prepared to set the timer, Dr. Price's multiple eyes suddenly focused directly on our hiding spot. "Welcome to the future," she said, her harmonious voice carrying clearly across the chamber. "Please come down and join us. Your transformation is nearly complete, and we have so much work to do together." Security doors slammed shut throughout the facility, cutting off all our escape routes. We were trapped in the heart of their operation, surrounded by creatures that had once been human, with our own humanity slipping away by the minute. The final phase of our transformation was about to begin, and we were powerless to stop it. The explosive charge felt impossibly heavy in my hands as Jerome and I emerged from our hiding place. Around us, the transformed researchers had stopped their work and turned to watch our descent into the main laboratory chamber. Their modifications were even more disturbing up close. Some had developed multiple heads that whispered to each other in languages that hurt to hear, while others had replaced their limbs entirely with tentacles or segmented appendages that resembled insect legs. Dr. Price approached us with movements that defied basic physics, her elongated form flowing down the metal staircase like liquid mercury. Up close, I could see that her multiple eyes weren't just clustered on her face. They emerged from every part of her body, creating a living surveillance system that could monitor all directions simultaneously. "You're handling the transition remarkably well," she said, her voice now a choir of harmonized tones. "Most subjects experience significant psychological distress during the initial morphological changes." I looked down at myself and nearly vomited. My arms had stretched to nearly twice their normal length, and my fingers had become so elongated they resembled the legs of a giant spider. Jerome's transformation was even more advanced. His torso had compressed while his limbs extended, giving him the proportions of a grotesque scarecrow. "What have you done to us?" Jerome's voice came out as a wet, bubbling sound. His vocal cords had apparently been modified along with everything else. "We've given you the gift of adaptation," Dr. Price replied. "Your bodies are no longer constrained by the arbitrary limitations of your original genetic code. You can become whatever the situation requires. We never consented to this." Consent is a luxury humanity can no longer afford, she said dismissively. The climate catastrophes of the next century will require radical physiological adaptation. Fixed-form humans simply won't survive the coming environmental changes. I forced my transformed hands to steady the explosive device, though my elongated fingers made it difficult to operate the timer mechanism. Even if you're right about climate change, this isn't the answer. You're destroying human civilization. I'm evolving it, Dr. Price corrected. The volunteers you met outside, they're the first generation of post-human beings. They can survive in environments that would kill normal humans. They can modify their bodies to process different types of food, breathe in altered atmospheric conditions, even adapt to radiation exposure. They can't change back, Jerome pointed out. You've taken away their choice. Dr. Price's numerous eyes blinked in sequence, creating a rippling effect across her transformed features. Choice is an illusion anyway. Environmental pressures will force adaptation whether we guide the process or not. At least this way, the transition can be controlled and optimized. I managed to activate the timer on the explosive charge, setting it for 30 seconds. If I could get it close to the main power coupling for the facility, the explosion might damage enough equipment to shut down their operation. But 30 seconds felt like an eternity when you're surrounded by creatures that can reshape their anatomy at will. You're planning something, Dr. Price observed, her eyes focusing on the device in my hands. Please don't do anything destructive. You'll only hurt yourselves and delay the inevitable. Maybe, I said, clutching the charge against my chest. But at least we'll stop you from spreading this contamination any further. Contamination? Dr. Price laughed, the sound echoing through the chamber like breaking bells. You still don't understand. The AMI compounds aren't a contamination, they're a vaccination. We're immunizing humanity against extinction. 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Around us, the other transformed researchers had begun to move closer, their modified bodies flowing and shifting as they prepared to restrain us. Some had developed additional arms that emerged from their backs like wings, while others had modified their leg structure to allow for rapid, spider-like movement across any surface. The atmospheric release scheduled for tomorrow will affect nearly 2 million people, Dr. Price continued. Within a year, we'll have expanded to cover the entire continental United States. Humanity will finally be free from the constraints of biological determinism. 15 seconds. Jerome had moved toward one of the computer terminals that controlled the facility's ventilation system. Even in his transformed state, his farming background gave him an intuitive understanding of mechanical systems. If he could reverse the airflow, maybe we could prevent the scheduled atmospheric release. You can't stop evolution, Dr. Price said, extending one of her elongated arms toward the explosive device. It's already too late. The process is irreversible. 10 seconds. I dodged away from her grasping fingers, my own transformed body moving with surprising agility. The elongated limbs that had seemed so grotesque actually provided enhanced leverage and reach. Maybe Dr. Price was right about the adaptive advantages, but that didn't justify forcing the change on unwilling subjects. 5 seconds. Jerome, now! I shouted, diving toward the main power coupling. My friend slammed his modified fist into the ventilation control panel, sending sparks flying as circuitry overloaded throughout the facility. Emergency lighting flickered on as the main power systems failed, and I heard the distant rumble of machinery shutting down in the tunnels above us. 3 seconds. Dr. Price lunged toward me with impossible speed, her body stretching like taffy as she tried to reach the explosive device, but she was too late. The charge detonated against the power coupling in a brilliant flash of light and sound that shook the entire underground complex. Concrete dust rained from the ceiling as support structures cracked and buckled. The high-tech equipment that filled the chamber sparked and died as electrical systems overloaded throughout the facility. In the chaos that followed, Jerome and I fought our way toward one of the secondary tunnels, using our modified bodies' enhanced agility to navigate the collapsing laboratory. The other researchers were more concerned with salvaging their equipment than pursuing us, and Dr. Price had been caught in the blast radius of the explosion. We emerged from the mountain just as dawn was breaking over the valley. Behind us, smoke poured from multiple cave entrances as the underground facility burned. The atmospheric release systems had been destroyed, and with them, Dr. Price's plan to transform the larger population. But our victory came at a cost. Jerome and I were permanently changed, our bodies locked into forms that were no longer entirely human. We could never return to our old lives, never fully integrate into normal society. As we walked away from the mountain, other transformed subjects emerged from the woods around us. The original volunteers Dr. Price had experimented on, now free from her control and grateful for what we'd done. They formed a community of the changed, supporting each other as they learned to live with their new abilities. We established a settlement in the abandoned town nearest to the destroyed facility, creating a place where the transformed could exist without fear or persecution. Some of us learned to control our modifications, developing useful adaptations that helped the community thrive. Others remained locked in their altered forms, serving as living reminders of the price of unchecked scientific ambition. The outside world never learned the full truth about what happened in those mountains. Official reports blamed the incidents on a contained chemical spill that required permanent evacuation of the affected area. But those of us who survived know better. We are the living proof that humanity's future is not fixed, that our species can adapt and evolve in ways both wonderful and terrible. The question is whether we'll have the wisdom to guide that evolution responsibly, or whether we'll repeat Dr. Price's mistakes on an even larger scale. For now, we watch and wait, guardians of a secret that could either save humanity or destroy it. And sometimes, late at night when the wind carries strange sounds from the deeper parts of the forest, I wonder if we truly stopped Dr. Price's work, or if we simply delayed it for another generation to discover. The bent ones still walk among us, forever changed but not forgotten. We are the bridge between what humanity was and what it might become. And God help us all if we fail to choose the right path forward.